مهرجان أبو ظبي الدولي للشطرنج. ولدت فكرة إقامة مهرجان أبو ظبي الدولي للشطرنج عام 1991، وتم إدراج المهرجان منذ الدورة الرابعة بنشاط الاتحاد الدولي للشطرنج كنشاط دولي عام 1994، وهذا يعود لدعم المغفور له بإذن الله الشيخ زايد طيب الله ثراه للشباب والرياضة، وهو القائل: إننا نتطلع بكل فخر واعتزاز إلى أبنائنا الشباب لأنهم جيل الحاضر والمستقبل. وخلفه المغفور له الشيخ خليفة بن زايد طيب الله ثراه لتشهد دولة الإمارات عصرا مزدهرا في مختلف الرياضات، وعلى صعيد دعم وتطوير وإقامة المنشآت الرياضية ذات المعايير والسمات العالمية. وتستمر مسيرة العطاء والدعم والاهتمام والرعاية من صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، بالحرص الدائم والمستمر على حث الشباب على التميز وتمثيل الدولة بأفضل صورة في مختلف المحافل الدولية. وهو القائل حفظه الله: إن الأوطان تقوم على العقول ولا تقوم على ما تملكه من ثروات وموارد. وخلال دورته 27 نجح المهرجان في الترويج لمدينة أبو ظبي كواحدة من أهم المدن الجاذبة للسياحة في العالم، ونجح أيضا في خلق جيل جديد من اللاعبين الإماراتيين الحاصلين على التصنيف الدولي في لعبة الشطرنج. وقد ضمت الدورة 27 أرقاما قياسية لعدد اللاعبين المشاركين ليصبح المهرجان واحدا من أهم المهرجانات العالمية للشطرنج. وتنطلق الدورة الجديدة من المهرجان خلال الفترة من 16 حتى 26 من أغسطس عام 2022 تحت رعاية سمو الشيخ نهيان بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس مجلس أبو ظبي الرياضي. وينظمه نادي أبو ظبي للشطرنج والألعاب الذهنية بالتعاون مع مجلس أبو ظبي الرياضي واتحاد الإمارات للشطرنج. وتضم الدورة الجديدة من المهرجان 11 بطولة دولية مسجلة بالاتحاد الدولي للشطرنج بمجموع جوائز قيمتها 287 ألف درهم إماراتية. مهرجان أبو ظبي الدولي 28 للشطرنج، ربع قرن من الإنجازات والتحديات الرياضية في مكان واحد وعلى أرض واحدة، إمارة أبو ظبي.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Abu Dhabi Masters Tournament 2022, the last round, round 9, and here in Abu Dhabi in a beautiful venue of Radisson Blu Hotel, we start the last 9th round. Alright, so we are coming to an end to the tournament, to this beautiful festival with more than 1,000 participants in all 11 groups, with many grandmasters from around 50 countries all over the world, from all continents. I'm Grandmaster Viorel Iordăchescu, also known as Violord, and I'll be guiding you through the most interesting games of Master Tournament. And what do we have? Before the last round, we have a sole leader, Erigaisi Arjun from India. He is 6.5 out of 8, and 9 grandmaster just a half point behind. And today, of course, the 9th round, the last round is the decisive one. So Erigaisi plays with white pieces against Anton Guijarro David from Spain. Well, I don't know, so it depends. Yeah, will he secure the draw? Will he play, let's say, will try to play safer? We will see. I believe this is a practical decision, but who knows? Now he's progressing very fast. He's entering almost top 20 in the world. This is something incredible. Soon he's Indian number 3 after Anand and Gukesh. On board 2 we have Nihal Sarin. Yesterday he won a very nice game against Shamsuddin Vohidov. He plays with Robson, with Ray Robson from US, the leader, the former leader of the tournament. We have Aryan Chopra playing on board 3 with Van Forest. Jordan from Netherlands. On board 4, Tabatabey Amin plays with Sinterov from Uzbekistan. On board 5, we have Yakuboyev plays with Seturaman. These are the players with 6 points. Of course, we'll go through the games of from board number 5. It plays with 5.5. Injic plays with Tomaszewski. Not an easy game for Alexander. Samanth plays with Peretke, Mareko plays with Khartityan, and Tersakakyan plays Muradli. These are the players with 5.5. So, well, we have a very big prize fund of the festival. I mean, one of the biggest here in Asia, with $75,000 and $15,000 for the winner, and the prizes will be not shared. So this is very interesting situation. So the prizes will be given according to points, and of course, in case of a tie, according to tie breaks. So yeah, this is the situation where, I mean, playing with white pieces, probably you'll try to play, but of course you'll keep the position safe. All right, so it's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock here in Abu Dhabi, and we start the round. So we have already some games from the first board. Erigaisi plays with Anton Gihara, and what do we have? Let's see from the move order. So it was Karokan, Panov attack, Knight c3, and here is black to decide which system to play, with Knight c6, with e6, with g6. Well, all the moves are possible, nothing wrong. So e6 is probably the safest one. Knight c6 leads to a very forced lines in case of bishop g5 here, or knight f3, bishop g4. Sometimes we can go through, I mean, directly from the middle games to endgame. And if you really want a big fight, if you don't care about the opening, let's say, if you are agreed to play slightly worse position, but with all the pieces on the board, with compensation for the pawn, you can play this g6 in the style of Grunfeld, taking the pawn and castle short, and I believe black's position is playable. Probably not at this level, yeah, not in the last round when you really want to play a little bit safer, but it can be a completely different approach. So yeah, about the prizes, so we have 10 prizes only, for so many grandmasters. Yeah, so it's this is the, I mean, winners basically takes all, because we have more than 50 grandmasters in the tournament and only 10 prizes. All right, so yeah, and the runner-up takes $10,000, third place $6,000, fourth place $4,000, fifth $2,000, and so on. Also, we have the prizes, good prizes from players below 2,400. For the best female players, we have very strong grandmasters. Irene Sakundar was just doing fine on this tournament. She was beating Badur Jobhava and someone else from top grandmaster, yeah, and Afghanistan Robert. So 2 players with 2.6 rating is just amazing result. She made a draw with Van Hao, and yeah, and today she plays with another grandmaster, Mendoka Leon from India. So just unbelievable. From 9 games, she played with 7 grandmasters. This is wow. That's probably the strongest tournament, the strongest tournament ever she played. All right, so I wish everybody good luck, and let's see what's going on the boards. On board 2, we have Nihal Sarin plays with Ray Robson. Well, 2 young players, 2 very ambitious. They love to play sharp games, but not today, yeah? So Ray Robson plays a very solid Berlin defense. Well, Berlin wall, yeah, we can say. So just very hard to break. But like any other walls, one day it's just, I mean, just falling, yeah? Just Berlin wall falls, so, and here sometimes white is successful. Knight takes e4, rook e1, knight d6, and the move a4 here. Well, honestly, I don't remember such a move here. I mean, most common move is knight takes e5. Black plays bishop e7, and here whites retreat the bishop to f1. And black can choose to take on e5, to make castle, or to play the move knight f5. So what is the idea behind the move a4? Well, white wants to keep the bishop on b5. And let's say in case of bishop e7, okay, now knight e5 just castle short, it's just transposing. And what else white can do? Can white try something like d4? Well, actually, I quite understand the logic, I mean, of whites. I mean, I'm just playing a sharp variation, maybe which brings nothing, no advantage. But in the morning round, I mean, if you make all the correct moves, you probably equalize. If not, there is a big chance you will get just a worse position, maybe lost, I don't know. So d4, e4, and still I don't really get what is the point of this line. Well, okay, so let me check. What do we have here? So can white jump with the knight on e5, yeah? Or on g5, knight e5. Knight e5, just black castles short. Well, really, I don't really understand the point. Okay, so it's a mysterious move. It's a mysterious move a4. Honestly, after bishop e7, I don't see clear benefits of it. Let's say knight takes e5, castle short, and we have the same position. Maybe white wants to keep the bishop on b5 by playing d4. Oh yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Let's say knight f5. I'll just play the move c3, and black can't develop his queen side immediately by playing d6 or d5. But I don't believe that this one is wrong with, I mean, just I don't see anything wrong with black's position after, let's say, taking on e5, d takes e5, d6. Black is fully equalizing. I don't know. Can be black better here? Well, honestly, I doubt, but still black is doing absolutely fine. Taking bishop d6, and I don't know, it's just the healthiest position in the world. I mean, I would play Berlin every day if I can get such position. Alright, so what do we have? We have the move d4 here. e4, castle, knight e5. That was my thoughts here. So in the game, after bishop e7, he played the move knight c3. Alright, that's different. And in case of castle, probably white wants to jump with the knight on e5. Actually, I have seen it. I have seen it before. Now my morning memory is back. And yeah, and this is quite playable. This is just a fashionable line. Alright, so knight d5. In case of e4, maybe white can play something like d3, saying my knight is not really hanging. Taking on f3, bishop takes c6. In case of d takes c6, knight takes e7, king h8, knight takes c8, rook takes c8, queen takes f3. White got better position thanks to stronger bishop, better pawn structure, controlling of open file. Some pawns can be targeting like a7. Yeah. Alright, this one I would consider like a big achievement for white from this opening. Alright, interesting play, interesting idea played by Nihal Sarin. And let's go to board number 3. Here we have a combination of Najdorf and dragon, yeah? Kind of dragon Najdorf, but in a different style. So bishop to d3. Alright, this is old-fashioned move. I mean, white of course here tried all the legal moves here, like a3, a4, b3, bishop e2, bishop d3, bishop c4, bishop e3, bishop g5, g3, h3, h4, rook b1, knight b3. I mean, everything is possible here. f3, of course, f4. I mean, I don't know what white didn't try. And the move bishop d3, well, this is an old-fashioned move that I said. So g6, yeah, probably this is the best defense. This is the best move against this opening. So just transposing to kind of dragon with the bishop on d3, which is probably placed a little bit, well, I mean, not in his, I mean, white would prefer to have the bishop on e2, and the knight on d4 now is vulnerable. White will be forced to move this knight soon. So f3, e5, So after bishop g7, I suppose that we would have kind of dragon, yeah? And I'm trying to understand, can I play here the move queen d2? Yeah, probably I do. And then castling wrong, so we have inclusion of the move bishop d3 and a6. Well, probably I have the feeling that a6 is more useful than bishop on d3. So somehow the knight is on d4 vulnerable. Knight can play on b4 anytime. d5 is coming easier. Well, I don't see clear benefits. Okay, black decided to play slightly different in Najdorf style. Knight into b3, bishop into e6. So we have a strange combination, yeah. So with the bishop on f1 and pawn on g7, we have very well known theoretical position. And with inclusions of these two moves, well, it's hard to say. It is really hard to say. I mean, usually bishop on d3 is not, I mean, the square on d3 for the bishop is not the best place. It just helps black to play d5. From the other hand, the move g6 is also not in the spirit of the position. White can use, like after bishop e3, queen d2, castle long, can use it as a hook by playing h4, h5. Okay, we'll see whose arguments are stronger. So bishop e3, knight d7, and white is thinking here. So if white plays like normal developing move with the idea to castle long, black, let's say, plays here b5. So now with the bishop on f1 and pawn on g7, there is a theoretical line with a4, b4, knight d5. But here the bishop on d3, and this one would be just a pawn loss, but I don't believe it's so easy, yeah? So let's say a4, b4, knight d5. Taking with the bishop, taking with the knight. Probably white can win the exchange, but I don't really believe this one is good. Taking, and here black can continue with knight c4, maybe bishop h6. No, this one is just winning for black. Okay, so a4 probably not. And white can decide, yeah, to go castle long. And after, let's say, rook c8, knight b6, we have typical Najdorf positions with g6 and bishop d3 inclusion. Or white can play a little bit safer with castle short and saying, okay, I understand, I got it, I just want to play positionally, bringing my rook a to d1, maybe just retreating the bishop to e2, maybe playing a4 in the future. Alright, so we have very interesting battle. I would say a fresh position, and I hope it will be a very interesting game. Let's move further. We have board number 4. Tabatabai Amin plays with Sindarov Javon here. Yeah, all the Olympic team of Uzbekistan are doing fine. So they are all fighting for the prize money, for the first places. So Sindarov is out of 8, just half a point behind of the leader. Yakuboev is with the same points, 6 out of 8. He's playing with Seturaman. And only Shamsuddin Vohidov lost yesterday, and he's with 5 out of 8. Alright, so what do we have in this game? We have symmetrical Grunfeld, a very popular line, a very well, just this method of playing c6 and d5 just for some players just kills the idea of playing g3 Grunfeld, because the positions are here quite equal. Well, a part of this knight c3, actually probably this one is is one of the only, let's say, playable position. It's a sharp position. White sacrifices a pawn, so d takes c4 and e4, the most direct way. White can play also the move a4, nothing wrong, this is just a good move, and e4, this one is the most direct way. Bishop into g4, h3, takes, and this is the current position. Well, Tabatabai played, I would say, a risky line. From my little experience, I know that here black is doing fine, maybe more or less than fine. Maybe black can get advantage here. Well, anyway, I mean, I can just salute the courage of Amin Tabatabai, just in such a important moment of the tournament in the last round. He plays this very sharp line. Of course, probably he's well prepared. He takes his risk. Well, I like the approach, and let's see the development of this game. So bishop takes f3, and okay, first, if black plays a natural looking move knight d7, I believe that white immediately can play e5. No knight e5. Black is forced to move the knight somewhere to e8. I mean, actually this is the only move. And here probably white can play something simple, yeah? Maybe bishop into e3. Well, maybe white can try e6, but really I don't believe in this second pawn sacrifice, because after taking on e6, knight c7, knight b6, black creates some counterplay against the pawn on d4 with 2 pawns up. No, this is too much. Maybe white can continue play positionally, something like retreating the bishop to e2, to g2. Maybe white can organize an immediately assault of the black's king castle, yeah, by playing h4 and next move h5. Yeah, black can organize here the counter attack in the center. Then the bishop on b7 hangs. Well, it's a mess. I believe here probably more accurate is to play a move like knight into e8, maybe immediately. If e5, black is just in time to blockade the square with knight c7, then e6, and let's say after bishop e3, now black can play knight to d7, preparing the move e5, the very typical move e5. And in case of black plays e5, okay, actually we have very similar position, knight b6, and here white can start to kingside attack, yeah. Let's say e6, h5, but probably black is doing fine. Black's very solid here with the knight on d5. Alright, position is very resourceful for both, and we will see here a very big struggle. Let's move further, and we have the last board with 2 players with 6 out of 8, just a half a point behind of the leader. And Yakuboev Nodarbeks plays with Seturaman. Seturaman yesterday defeated Salim in a very, well, I would say, mad position, a crazy game, but it looks like he was almost always under control, almost keeping the position under control. Well, except the last part of the game where it was a real mess. Black found some interesting resources to create threats, and I believe the game was decided in the time trouble, and where probably like just Saturman was more lucky, if we can say. Yeah, so what else do we have? Yeah, this is the position, and we have a completely different approach. Yeah, so Yakuboyev Noderbek says, okay, I want to play for a win, I want to try my chance, but I keep the position very solid. So we have exchange Slav. By the way, probably one of the decisive game of the tournament. It happened yesterday. Iordăchescu Arjun managed to defeat Van Hao in the same line, a Slav defense with black pieces. Well, of course, Van Hao was in the middle game, was playing for a win, and without no reason. I mean, it was clear that he could try. He was doing fine till some moment, probably seizing the initiative. But Iordăchescu was defending amazingly, and then counterattacked just in the most direct and brutal way, with bishop on e4, knight on e4, just bringing all his pieces. A very nice counter-attacking game for Iordăchescu. I really highly recommend you to watch that game. So round 8, Van Hao Iordăchescu. Here we have the same opening, exchange Slav, bishop d3 line. Well, white is delaying the move knight c3, probably just avoiding some direct. I don't know actually what is white avoiding, because as I know, knight c3, probably just avoiding the move bishop f5. Yeah, well, it makes sense, because knight b4 is just losing of a very important tempo. Queen a4 check. So bishop d3, well, this is nice move order, just saying no to bishop, no to the bishop, a6, and now knight c3. And we have a very famous variation, Slav Chebonenko. Well, it is exchange Slav, but actually it can come from the, let's say, Slav Chebonenko. Yeah, let's say c6, d4, d5, knight f3, knight c3, knight f6, cd, cd, bishop f4, a6, e3, knight c6, bishop d3, and so on. So the move a6 was introduced to the modern practice by Vyacheslav Chebonenko, a famous master and coach from Moldova, from my country. So actually he was my coach too for 5 years, from 1992 to 1997. I'm very thankful for this collaboration, and probably it gave me, well, it gave me, I would say, all in chess. So thanks to him, I managed to make a huge progress in my chess. So this is one of his brilliant idea. Of course, not the only one. I mean, also in Giocopiano, in Sicilian Paulsen, Rossolimo, of course, with bishop takes c6. This was a whole concept, taking with bishop on c6, just immediately, not waiting for some a6 or other moves. In 1995, one of Chebonenko's student, Mikhail Oratovsky, managed to defeat Garry Kasparov himself in a simultaneous display on 4 boards with the 4 the most, let's say, talented junior players of Soviet Union in 1985. All right, so we have the exchange Slav, bishop g4, a provocative move. Yeah, in case of knight f3, e6, black is doing fine, thanks to this very unpleasant pin. Queen b3, now it's harmless, because I'll just play knight a5, check b5, sending the queen back home. So bishop g4, f3, bishop h5. This is the way how black plays here. It's a provocation, but I mean, if you try to, if you play the move g4, bishop g6, I'm just fine here. The only the only line is probably a very sharp one with g5, but probably not here. Not yet here, because I can play knight h5 anytime. Okay, so bishop h5, this is the current position. White can play a little bit slower, yeah, with knight e2, nothing wrong with this move. e6 and rook c1 or castle short, which leads to a very calm position. Sometimes white plays the move bishop g3, threatening knight f4. Black retreats the bishop. Black plays bishop to g6 and knight f4 anyway. And the point being that after bishop takes d3, which is of course not forced, knight takes d3, white got kind of harmony. I mean, the knight on d3 here is very strong, controlling c5, both c5 and e5. And after, let's say, some preparation like castle short, rook c1, knight a4, white is ready to occupy the square c5 and seize the initiative on the queen side. It's a typical play. I mean, it's a typical play on this line, and knight e2, I believe this is the way how to play. Well, of course, white can adopt, let's say, a sharp strategy with g4, bishop g6, h4, then later on rook h2, maybe rook somewhere, c2, d2, king f2, king g2. That would be more in Bahadur's Jobava style, which I don't believe Yakuboyev will play. Alright, so let's move back to the leaders. Board number 1. Eriga Arjun plays with Anton Guijaro. So actually we have here one of the sharpest line, starting with the move a6, which is not that popular. But actually it shows ambitious intentions of Anton Guijaro. So he is avoiding the main lines. He wants to get a playable position even with the black pieces, and why not to try his chance? Well, very interesting approach. Bishop into g5 and bishop to e6. Yeah, this is the way. This is the way how plays black can plays time to time. With the pawn on a7 and the pawn on g6, we have another very popular line. And here white just played a simple move bishop e2. Of course, white is not forced to go to some, let's say, more forced lines with queen e2, because black just can play bishop e7. So here is the pawn on e4, on a6 is very important. And bishop e2 just completing his development, because black anytime can play can take on c4, because of bishop takes f6, e takes f6, d5, just losing a piece. So g6, bishop takes f6 now, pawn takes f6, castle. Well, we have a kind of a mixing position, because usually black's pawn is on a7 and the bishop is already on g7 and black can castle. So in my opinion, white got a better version of the line. Probably this is a still theoretical line, but I really think that, well, probably black can be not in time. I don't know, let's try. So bishop to g7. So how? It's just one move short to castle. Is there anything here to punish black? Well, c takes d5, bishop takes d5. Yeah, I don't see anything here, so black will just castle next move. And black will just castle next move, okay. This one is fine. What about the move queen b3? Taking on c4, let's suppose. Queen takes to b7. Oh yeah, this one is probably not easy for black. Knight hangs. d5 is also an issue. This one is probably not that great. In case of knight a5, white can start with the check. Bishop to d7, and a move like queen to b4 or queen to a3. I don't know where exactly to put the queen, let's say, to a3. So no castle yet. If black plays bishop f8 here, which probably is wrong, probably white can play just c5. c5. The pawn d5 hangs, and I believe black is just simply not in time to complete the development. So once again, and if black takes the pawn on c4, well, with the pawn of course, because taking with the knight is just losing everything. Takes, rook e1, bishop e6, d5, and this is game over. This is game over. So taking with the pawn, rook e1, and how do you defend against bishop takes c4? In case of bishop e6, I believe that white can continue in the same way, d5, bishop f8. I mean, any move is just good here. I was thinking about before c takes b3, queen b2, but maybe just simple, much simpler is just to give check, b5, queen d1, and saying that next move is discover attack with bishop takes c4, followed by d6. Well, this one is probably not that good. Okay, let's try to understand. So queen b3. Castle is always an option. Castle is always an option. I was about to forget the black and castle here. So taking on d5, knight a5. I don't see how white keeps the pawn on d5. Let's say queen b4, bishop takes d5. All black's pieces are protected. Wow, this is a strange type of harmony, but it works. To my big surprise. And knight a5, and black is just doing fine here. Well, the position, of course, it's about equal. The position is about equal, but which I believe is just good news for black. And if white takes on b7, this one is, I believe, it's even worse, because after knight a5 followed by rook b8, taking the pawn on c4, black is just better. Okay, so very interesting idea. So g5, bishop g7 is just nothing wrong with the move. So cd5, bishop d5, doing fine here. And in case of queen b3, castle short, c takes d5, knight d5. White can profit from it. I mean, white is just losing the pawn back from d5, and black's position is fine. Okay, let's try a little bit here. Queen a3, bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, rook takes d5, queen takes d5, and rook c1, with the threat to play rook c5. And I believe just black can retreat the knight. Probably rook c8, nothing wrong with the move, but somehow I like this move. Knight to c6, rook c5, and just queen to d6. Black's position is solid. And if bishop c4, queen into d7, d5, I believe that even after knight e5, knight takes e5, pawn takes e5, black is doing fine here. Just opposite color bishops. Pawn d6, pawn d5 is, well, it might be strong, but black can neutralize it like very quick with rook d8, bishop f8. I don't believe black faces any problems here. Okay, I like it very much. I like very much black's approach. And now is Iordăchescu's turn to put some problems. So bishop into g7, and here is white to move. Of course, white can play structure, yeah, by playing c5. But in this case, the pawn a6 is actually it's a good move because it's against the plan of b4, b5. So later just black can make castle, place f5, creating some pressure on d4. One day maybe black even play g5, g4 or f4. Now this one is fine. I mean this is very well known theoretical position. I think played by the Ray with black, not only of course by him. Even black can try to play with bishop f5, bishop e4 first, and f5. That would be of course an ideal place of the pieces. But even with f5, g5, g4, black is doing fine in this structure. All right, so let's move it back. Yeah, this is the position after taking castle, bishop into g7. Let's move to board number 2. Nihal Sarin plays with Roy Robson, and here we have some development after a4, bishop e7, knight c3, a6. This is very interesting way. So I'm just losing a tempo, but I don't let the knight come to d5. Yeah, because white can take the pawn back, but after castle, black is just doing fine. I mean, pawn and a4, I don't see a benefit of inclusion of a4 and a6. Of course, white is more ambitious and playing bishop into f1, e4, yeah, giving the pawn back, and with the same reason. I don't want your knight on d5. I just don't want you to have the position with initiative. So this is very practical decision of Ray Robson. Well, I like it. Takes, d5, rook e1, and d4. Well, this one is ambitious. The d4 move is ambitious because I would say, okay, after castle, d4, bishop f5, I am doing perfectly fine. I mean, with the pawn a4, without pawn on a4 and a6, we have seen it many times. The position from the proximate position from anti-Berlin variation, from even from Petrov, sometimes we can see a similar position. So black decided, no, actually I want to get some space here. I'm playing for initiative. Well, one more decision that surprised me. So Ray Robson is ambitious and saying, no, I want some space, I want to play a better position. Bishop into d3. This is the right decision of Nihal Sarin. So first, before playing the move d3, I just want to activate my bishop. Yeah, I was thinking to put the bishop on c4 with d3, but he decided that the bishop on e4 would be much stronger. So bishop to d3, bishop to e6. Once again, delaying castle. Probably it was nothing wrong with the castle. Bishop e4, bishop e6 now, and d3, followed by the move bishop f4. And the bishop here just is quite unpleasant, yeah, because it pressures the pawn on h7, the knight on c6, and white can try to take and to play against the pawn on d4. All right, so instead black played bishop e6 with the intention to maybe to change these bishops, yeah, bishop e4, bishop d5. I don't really believe that black wants to go for castle long. Let's try. Who knows? Well, d3 and castle long looks wrong, but this one is probably over ambitious idea. Let's say bishop into d2, followed by the move b4. By the way, can I try b4 immediately? Probably this one is too much. I thought that after bishop b4, bishop d2, white is away faster, much faster here, but no, this one is probably too much because the taking bishop d5, black's position is solid. So probably not, just bishop to d2, followed by b4, maybe c3, maybe c4. By the way, here maybe, yeah, I don't believe, because this one is sharp, but somehow I think that white's chances are much better here. All right, so after bishop d3, bishop e6, in case of bishop e4, I believe that black just wants to change these bishops, and keeping solid position, but in the same time with more space. So castle, bishop f4, and let's say, and now the pawn hangs, yeah? Bishop takes e4, and now we can have the changing of the structure, yeah? After e takes d4, but I believe black is just doing fine. Good development, no bad pieces, structure is fine. Now black is doing okay, so rook takes d5, queen d7, followed by rook a to e8, and we assist to an equal position. I don't believe one of the side can really play for a win here. Let's say queen e2. Maybe I can play. Okay, the point is if you play rook e8, I'm just playing rook e1 and not easy to get out of this pin. But a move like bishop to b4, taking the control of the square e1. Now black is ready to play rook a8, fighting for the file, and this one is good for black. Well, knight e5, it can lead just to further simplifications, takes. I mean rook e8, and the position is equal, yeah. Well, I was thinking to I mean, in case of rook takes e8, takes to have a trick here, like queen takes a4. All right, of course they are high class grandmasters. They don't blunder such cheapo. So queen takes a4, and black wins a pawn, and who knows, yeah? Maybe black can play for a win. All right, let's move it to board number 3. We have Aryan Chopra plays with Fan Forest. Yeah, so in case of tie, so the prizes are not sharing. And the first criteria is direct game, direct encounter. But this one, tie, probably it is never applying. I mean, this is very hard in a open tournament. So probably Buchholz cutting the first, and Buchholz cut 2, and then Sonneborn, Berger, and the fifth criteria called Arco. Well, I have no idea what is it. It's average rating probably, yeah. I mean, cutting the first one. Okay, very interesting. So also today we have the last round in open tournament, the very big open tournament below 2,200 rating with approximately 300 participants. So you can follow the results on chessresults.com. And the junior tournament just finished yesterday. So yeah, no day without chess, yeah. So only tomorrow we'll have a free day for everybody, and from the next day, from August 27th, most of the players, they will move to Dubai to compete in Dubai Open 2022, an open tournament with no restrictions for rating, no restrictions from title. You can compete, anybody can play this strong event. So if you are in Emirates, or if you are intending to come, you can play a tournament in Dubai too. All right, so also we have a closing ceremony immediately after the round, so don't miss it. It will be live on our YouTube channel. You can follow us on all chess resource, and let's go back and see what's going on board number 1. So after castle, black is still thinking. Well, I thought that black is doing fine after bishop g7. So probably Anton Gihar is just checking the lines, because the lines are really sharp and everything depends on some precise move, defenses. Maybe a move like bishop e7 with the same idea. Actually, why not? Yeah, Sometimes black can develop the bishop on e7. Nothing wrong with this one. Nothing wrong. Castle after castle. King can stay on g7. And the other idea, which looks to me like start to look very interesting, is the move knight e7. Well, a very solid move. I just cement the square d5 with all my pieces, knight, bishop, queen. And my next is bishop into g7 and castle. And I'm not afraid of queen a4 check, probably because of I thought queen d7, but now I'm thinking when bishop d7. Okay, queen d7. c5 or rook c1. And in case of queen takes d7, king takes d7, I believe that this endgame is not bad for black. Well, to me this knight e7 looks a little bit artificial. So yeah, it's a little bit artificial because you are still with the king in the center. You need 2 more moves to evacuate the king, and probably white can organize some something direct here. But okay, I mean, it might be an idea. It might be an idea. And the other move is bishop into e7. Just castling next. I mean, in case of queen b3, knight a5, this one is even much stronger because you don't have the square a3 and b4 for the queen. Check bishop d7. Black is just doing fine. And after c takes d5, okay, white is not forced to take on d5. White can delay this move, like by playing a3, let's say. Castle, maybe b4. White can advance all the structure, and then later to decide to play c5, to take on d5. Yeah, this one looks probably slightly better for white. Let's say rook c8, rook c1. I'm not in hurry to release the tension. So black needs to lose some more moves, like f5, bishop f6, and anyway. Now this one is artificial a little bit, so I believe that bishop g7 is just possible here, but bishop e7 and knight e7 are candidates too. All right, so what else do we have? Yeah. We have some games. Yeah, we have on board number 3. Well, we left somewhere here on this moment. After bishop e3, knight into d7, a4. White played a4. So probably castle long is quite dangerous here. Rook c8, castle, bishop into e7. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. So you have the move g6, but you play bishop to e7, because probably in case of bishop g7, the pawn on d6 is vulnerable. So white can play something like rook f2, like in the game, castle, and the move bishop f1. It's a very beautiful harmony. Then the rook comes to d2, pawn on a5, pressurizing on d6. Well, this is nice. So black decided to stay with the bishop closer to the pawn d6. Rook f2 with the same idea. Well, in case of bishop h6, I believe that black would just play bishop f8 and saying, well, I'm not against the draw. So draw is just a good result with black pieces. Bishop e3, bishop e7 back. And in the game, Aryan Chopra said no. I just want to continue the game. Rook f2, castle, and this is the current position. And I believe white will play with the same idea of rook f1, rook into d2, and playing in the center, pressurizing on d6, stopping d5. And here black can play different plans. So one of the ideas is just to advance the pawn, to advance f5. Maybe knight h5 or maybe knight e8 even. Nothing wrong with the move knight e8. In case of knight d5, there is this typical move bishop g5 from Sveshnikov, from other different lines in Sicilian. So despite of the square d5, probably here just black is doing fine. Trading these bishops, then playing f5. Alright, nothing wrong with the black's position. This is one of the plan. Maybe black can play the knight on h5, but I don't believe this one is, I think this one is inferior, because black should guard the pawn d6. So knight e8 is it's a better choice, because after rook d2, well, you don't really want to move to play with the bishop, because the pawn on d6 would be just lost. So knight e8. Another plan is maybe just something like queen c7, follow it with rook d8. We are used to see this position with the pawn on g7, yeah? The pawn on g6 is a little bit unusual for this type of position, but probably it's just playable. Possibly just playable. Well, the only big minus of the pawn, it can be, for instance, on this line. After knight d5, you can take with the knight, because of a taking. I thought that white can play g4, but probably not immediately, yeah? Let's say c3, and now g4 is a huge threat. And yeah, you need to find a way to deal with it. Maybe knight f6, maybe knight b6. Well, maybe knight b6 is just fine here. g4, black retreats the bishop on d7, knight is jumping to c4. Alright, so probably not immediately knight d5, but let's say a move like rook c1, in case of rook d8, now white can jump on d5. And taking with the knight now just simply loses the bishop after g4. Okay, of course black can take with the bishop. This one is playable too, taking, and knight b6, this is double attack. This is double attack, and after c4, just black takes the pawn, and I don't really see much of compensation here. So once again, rook f2 and bishop f1, and here black can play or knight e8 with bishop g5, or maybe a provocative move bishop h4. This is one plan, and the other is queen c7, bringing the rook to d8 and playing for in the center for d5 idea, maybe knight b6, maybe knight c5. We have complicated typical knight struggle here. All right, so let's move to board number 4. We have Tabatabai plays with Sindarov. Bishop g4, h3, e5 immediately, yeah? Well, this is interesting. Probably in the right moment, because with the bishop on g2, you can play it, because I'll take and play f4. And here, I'm in time to take the pawn back on e5. So white, of course, white gives this pawn, but getting some benefits. Taking on e6 and bishop to e3, preventing the knight from coming to e5, but queen e7. Well, I have been analyzed this type of position, so I don't believe white is doing good here, because knight jumps to c5 to e5, knight to d3, the other knight to d7. White's only plan is to play with f4, like bishop g2, let's say knight to e5, f4, knight d3, and e5. Yeah, this is the point. Then white plays h4, killing the bishop g7. Well, we can see this idea also from King's Indian defense, but this is very risky, very risky. I mean, black can activate this bishop through f8. White is giving one more pawn on b2. I mean, trying to say, okay, I'll give you just everything. I just want to concentrate on the king's side attack by playing knight e4, h4, h5, queen g4, sometimes, or bishop e4, king g2, rook h1. So this is very interesting concept. This is a very interesting concept. So bishop to g2, and if knight e5, I'll just play f4. So black is not forced to go knight e5 immediately here. So black can play knight a6, bringing the other knight to d3, and keeping the knight on d7 for the defense. Let's imagine the rook on d8, knight f8, defending the square g7, g6 and h7. And in case of f4, by the way, black also can say no, I don't want my bishop dead. e5, f5, and knight c5. And here we have a different position. So g4, knight d3, g5. Also very sharp, also very interesting. But I believe black's chances are quite good here. Maybe black even can play first something like knight f6, maybe even g5, by the way. The knight is too far from the square h5. Maybe not that too far, yeah? This, let's say, knight d3, knight g3. No, black is in time to play knight f4, guarding the square h5. Alright, so let's move back to board number 1. Let's see if Anton Guijaro played. Yeah, and he played bishop e7. Well, I did mention this move as a candidate. So bishop g7 is a natural move, but probably he didn't like something concrete. Probably connecting with queen b3. Well, from my analysis, of course, I'm not pretending that I'm calculating well. I don't use the computer assistants, the engine assistants. I'm just trying to explain ideas as a coach, as a grandmaster. So if you want to check with the latest engines, you can do it. You can do it yourself. But yeah, to me, bishop g7 looks more natural. But of course, they're just better player. They're just calculating carefully, and maybe something David didn't like it in this line. So bishop into e7. Okay, the other candidate was knight e7 to keep strong the square d5, but it's also not very natural. Okay, so he played the move bishop into e7, and this one I said it leads to a very unpleasant moves, because black can never release the tension. Yeah, so I can just play a3, castle, I can play b4, then I can bring the rook to c1. I'm not in hurry to play c5. You need many moves to force me to play d5. Let's say rook e8, rook c1, bishop f8. Still you don't want to take on c4. I can gain some tempest, I don't know, it may be rook e1, and then decide to take on d5, to play c5. So here maybe in case of knight e7, white already plays the move c5 in a much better version. Okay, this one is just a demonstration. Just a demonstration, and bishop e7, it creates some clear inconveniences for black. Well, the most important thing is there is nothing concrete. Yeah, I was thinking, can white play a tricky move like knight e1? It might look not so natural, but in fact the move is very concrete. Yeah, so just if you make castle, I'll play bishop f3, and the game is over. So you take on d4, on c4 I play d5, winning the piece. If you don't take, you just lose the pawn on d5. Well, knight e1. I don't really see how can you defend against bishop f3. Well, knight b4, always I can play a3. Knight a5. Well, this one is playing with the fire. So how can black be punished here? So how to punish black here? Check, then bishop to d7, it gives nothing. Bishop takes on d5, bishop takes on d5, knight takes to d5, queen takes to d5. This one looks good for white, I would say. Check. Black is forced to retreat, knight on c6, bishop to f3, and queen b5. Okay, it's not losing for black. Maybe white is just slightly better on this endgame, but this one is holdable, I would say. Castle, black even can castle long. Nothing wrong with black's position. Okay, so we have some news. On board number 2, Nihal Sarin sacrificed an exchange. Wow, that's really great. So bishop e6 and the move rook takes e6. Wow, that's in the spirit. That's in the spirit. I like the idea. So keeping always fresh mind. Even at 10 o'clock in the morning here in Abu Dhabi, Nihal Sarin plays very creative chess. Interesting sacrifice, the exchange. By the way, the sacrifice on a6 is, I would say, typical. Just from some, let's say, Petrov line, from Petrov variation. Also, we can find it in French, if I'm not mistaken. But in Berlin, I see it for the first time. So let's imagine taking bishop e4. Let's imagine long term, yeah? White plays d3, queen e2, bishop out, hitting everything here. So we cannot go castle long because white can attack with bishop d2 b4, castle short. Also white can targeting the pawn on h7. Well, this is very nice. I like very much the idea. So bishop e4, and this bishop is so strong. It's just amazing. So, well, don't really try to see, I mean, through computer's eyes, yeah, through engine's eyes. Probably engine will say the compensation is not enough, but in a practical game, white is just doing fine. I mean, the position is very interesting. So imagine white plays d3, then c3, queen b3, bishop out, rook is coming. Well, it's amazing. It's amazing exchange sacrifice. I would say in the spirit of Mikhail Tal or some other great attacking players. Even Topalov, Vassilin Topalov, he was always known for an exchange sacrifice, positional exchange sacrifice. And here we assist to one of these amazing cases, okay? I like the idea. I like very much the idea. So from a human point of view, there is a lot of compensation, a lot of play, and I really like white's play. And d3, the same, yeah? So black doesn't want to go to play with passive. And one more advantage here, yeah? So the position remained closed. No open files, and black really can't activate his rook. This is actually also very important when you are sacrificing the exchange. Black's rooks are passive. Black's rooks will remain passive in the middle games, and you can't really develop. You can't really find a way to bring the rooks into play. So, and here the black's move d3. Black is actually trying to delay a cost of a pawn. Black is trying to delay white's development, yeah? So in case of bishop takes d3, I have Tempest. I can play castle short or castle long. You need one more move like bishop d4, bishop e4 to play d3. Meanwhile, maybe I can trade the knights, or maybe I can do it immediately with knight d4. But I like the plan with castle short, bishop e4, and maybe here something with bishop c5. So black sacrificed the pawn to stop d4. Now white is forced to play d3. Maybe black can organize some play against the pawn on f2. I don't know if knight d4 is possible immediately, but let's try. Well, I can sacrifice all the pieces. I'm not playing this game, so I'm absolutely fine. I can sacrifice the exchange, or even there. Taking, check, in case of king g8. Maybe queen h5, this one is dangerous. for black, but after king g6 I don't really see a clear continuation of the attack. Queen g4, well, queen f6. Now this one is sharp, but I believe that no, so this one is knight e4 check. So this one is maybe unpleasant for black. This one is maybe very unpleasant for black, yeah? So bishop h7 here works. I don't really believe. Okay, let's try to defend in a different way. Check. Rook to f5. Check. King e7, check. King e8. Because king d6. No, king d6 maybe is a possible move too. Okay, it leads to complications. So d3 anyway, this is very interesting. So a cost of the pawn, black is just fighting for initiative, delaying white's castle and opening the diagonal a7 g1 for the bishop. Okay, highly creative play. Highly creative play. I like very much the game. So this is really amazing. Really amazing. So we have no quick draws, which is also important. So all the players are ready to fight. In some tournaments we can see quick draws in the last round. The players just securing their places. I mean, they don't want to take any risk. But here is not the case. Okay, so what do we have here? So we have rook f2 and rook d2 immediately, yeah, not bishop f1. Well, probably this one is more precise. Maybe bishop can retreat to e2 or to f1, knight h5, yeah. So I thought that knight into g7, into e8, and in case of bishop h6, knight g7 is better, but nothing wrong with knight h5. Black is playing for a f5 idea. So in case of bishop f1, f5, the position is sharp and with a lot of counterplay. All right, so black decided to go for a direct counterplay on the king side. No positional play in the center. No knight on e8. Knight goes directly to h5 and later on to h4. To f4. Okay, very direct attacking approach. Van Forest is doing fine in this tournament. He won 4 games and 4 draws. Very solid play. All right, so what else do we have? Yeah, this one is bishop g2, knight c5. This is the current position. Honestly, I thought that black's more accurate is knight a6 to keep the knight on e7, and in case of 4, e5. Well, I hope we'll have some guests today in our studio. Maybe the winners of their games, maybe the winner of the tournament, of course, the organizers. So let's wait for some results. On board number 5, yeah. So I would say that Yakuboyev Noderbek played more in Jobava style, advancing his king side pawns, g4, bishop g6, knight e2, e6, h4, ready for the fight, bishop d6 and king f2. King goes to g2 or remains to f2. I mean, now to castle short is a little bit risky for black, so white can just directly attack the king. Bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, and here is the current position. So probably black still can castle. I believe there's nothing wrong. So g5 is not dangerous because knight always can go to g5 to h5 in case of bishop takes f6, queen takes f6. Now f6, e5 is coming. Probably white will play f4, but black can play f6 or sometimes even g6, bringing the knight back into the game to f5. Maybe not immediately. White can play knight g3, but this one is taking, and the other knight goes to f5 check, king f3. Well, this is sharp position, white is attacking, but if black managed just to put all the rooks on the 7th, I don't believe the attack is dangerous, yeah? So in case of h takes g6, f takes g6, the rook on c7 is defending the pawn on h7. So white needs the knight to f6 or the queen to h file, which is far from the action. Meanwhile, black will organize the counterplay on the queen side and in the center. Okay, so bishop takes d3, queen takes d3. This is the current position. I believe that here black can castle. I don't see anything wrong with castle. Probably white can start to play with h5 to advance the pawn h5 and then g5 and g6 in the spirit of Sicilian. This is actually a way more dangerous. And in case of bishop takes f4, knight f4, maybe black can just go in the center. Taking on e5, knight on e5. Well, here I think black got decent counterplay. I was thinking, can white take with the pawn on f4? Just no more e5. g5 is coming now, but I don't really believe white's attack is so dangerous. Of course, white's attack is strong, but let's say knight goes to e8. In case you play f5, in case you play g5, I have this amazing square. White plays a g6, and I say I don't care. I just don't care about. I have better structure. I have very nice outpost on f5 and on c6, and I don't really believe in your attack. Yeah, so here is not that easy, because if white advances too much, black can really get some important squares and counter-attack in the center. So the position is about equal. The position is about equal, and we have a group of players with 5.5. They are also fighting for the prizes. Just imagine one of the. In case of win with 6.5, probably you are in the group with sharing the prizes. So now everything will depend of tiebreak. And here we have a very quiet, I would say, English opening, but not, yeah. So Tomaszewski is in a very aggressive mood, sacrificing a pawn. Injin said no, not today. No Benko gambit today. Taking, knight b5, maybe rook b8, or maybe d5 immediately with bishop e6, with d4, e4, bishop a6. Okay, knight d7, knight c5, all the pieces are coming. So Injin said no, I'll keep this game close. d6, castle, bishop f6, and this is the current situation. Here white decided, said enough is enough. It's time to win the pawn. Takes, and queen b5, queen d7. Black sacrificed the pawn, and compensation is, probably white should retreat the queen back, queen to b3, then all the way to c2. Black plays d5, bringing the rook to the open files, b8, a8. Well, in the spirit of Benko, yeah? In the spirit of Benko, sacrificing the pawn for queenside files. All right, very interesting. So all the players are just playing an usual game, an usual round. So despite of morning time here, 10 o'clock in Abu Dhabi, all the positions are very interesting, sharp. Okay, let's move back, yeah, because everybody from the chat are asking to stay on board number 1. And the question is, why did Robson sacrifice the pawn on d3? Well, I have clear explanation. To delay white's development, to clean the diagonal for the bishop, and black is just playing for the counterplay. And by the way, if you have rooks You have to open files. So bishop e4, this is the current position, and probably black wants to play here bishop c5, hitting the pawn on f2, bishop c5, d3, and here knight d4, as I said, and maybe something different. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a move like queen to d6 first. Also, I'm a little bit worried about the pawn h7, but probably I shouldn't be. Queen d6, bringing the rook to d8, maybe doubling the rook on f file. White will probably play c6, taking some squares here in the center with d4. White's compensation is full. Actually, objectively, I think that white is much better. White is much better here with pawns, bishop's pair, better structure. Alright, so this is the current position, bishop e4, and Robson is thinking. So what else to recommend? Yeah, I believe that bishop c5 was his idea, but maybe not the only one. Maybe not the only one. Can black play, let's say, a move like queen e8? First of all, in the situation that I'll never get checkmated on h7, and also I want to bring my queen to h5. Let's say d3, queen h5, followed by bishop to d6, rook f7, rook f8, and black can organize an attack against the king. So bishop to d6, rook f6, rook f6, rook f7, rook f8. Well, this one is interesting. This one is interesting. Let's say bishop into e3 and bishop into d6. Now rook takes f3 might be an idea. I don't know if it works immediately, but probably it is already quite dangerous. So white can just play h3 with the threat of knight g5. So despite of exchange down, I believe that white is the side who wants to trade the queens. So bishop f4, guarding the square f5. I want to change the bishops. Well, it's a very complex position. It's a very complex position. I mean, black's counterplay, white's compensation is just enough. Objectively believe white is better, but the position is unclear, I would say, from practical point of view. So probably here black shouldn't give this pawn. Yeah, it's all of the sudden, and this one is a pawn up. And black could go just castle short, queen e8, let's say castle short, d3, queen e8 with the same idea, queen h5, bishop d6, doing approximately the same, but with equal number of pawns. So sometimes material is important too. All right, so the position now is different, and here Robson is thinking. Okay, so board number one, back to board number one, we have Eric Gaisi plays with Anton Gihara, and this is the current position. So after bishop e7, white played immediately c5. I believe this one is wrong, at least from a human point of view. Why don't you play it immediately? Why don't you torture first your opponent? I mean, just playing all the preparations move like a3, b4, and only then you can play c5. Well, c5 immediately, I believe this one is premature. b4, castle, and yeah, we assist to a typical position. Maybe white got a slightly better version, yeah, because the bishop is not on g7, the bishop is on e7, but I don't believe this one is decisive. Anyway, black's move is bishop f6, then g5, and so on. And if probably white will play here rook g8, bishop f6, a4, and in this kind of position, the typical move for black would be the move a5, yeah, like in Sicilian, like in many positions of English defense. This is the way how to stop white's advance on the queen side. So now if you play b5, I install my knight into b4, a very strong outpost. I mean, white just can trade these knights by playing something like queen b3, knight a2. Meanwhile, black will advance his kingside pawns with g5, g4. Or in case of b takes a5, now the knights on a6 remain stable. Let's say black takes the pawn on a5, followed by defending the pawn on b7 with the same idea to play g5 and to attack the d4 pawn. Well, this is my recommendation here. So after b4, castle, rook b1, bishop f6, a4 and a5. This is the way how to play, but of course this one is not the only one. I mean, black can still play g5, ab, knight into e7, followed by knight into g6, and black is concentrating on the king side and saying, okay, you do have a passer here, but I'm very active on the king side. So let's imagine the position after knight g6, black pushes f4, g4, h5, targeting the pawn on d4. I have also the open a file, so the position is complicated. All right, so what do we have? We have 1.5 hours of morning round, and let's make some small conclusions. So on board 1, we have a very interesting play in Caro-Kann pan-off attack with a little bit unusual positions of the black's bishop on e7, but nothing wrong. Probably white got slightly better position, slightly better version from the theoretical one with bishop g7, but still the game is on. Board number 2, probably this one is the most interesting game of the round. So white sacrificed a rook here, an exchange, rook takes e6. This is really amazing. This is a really amazing idea. I like it very much. Rook takes e6, positional sacrifice in the spirit. We can find this in Petrov defense, in Alekhine defense, just not even for a pawn, and bishop e4, intending to play a very long position with compensation like d3, c3, bishop queen e2, bishop d2. And in exchange, white said no, I'm gonna fight for the initiative, sacrificing the pawn for tempest, castle, bishop e4 back, and probably here black can play two plans with the bishop on c5, targeting the pawn on f2, or maybe queen e8, queen h5, bishop d6, attacking the pawn on h2. In both cases, I believe that white is slightly better, thanks to the bishop's pair, I mean pawn for the exchange, bishop's pair, and much better structure, but the position is absolutely playable. On board number 3, we have a Sicilian battle here, a typical one, with some original moves in the opening, g6 and bishop d3. Now the position looks more, let's say, more typical, and black is just played the 5, intending to advance this pawn more, to attack with g5. Of course, white is targeting the pawn on d6. Maybe an idea what can consider to sacrifice an exchange. Why not? Maybe just today is a day of exchange sacrifices. So taking on d6, queen d6, I have bishop's pair, I have a pawn, and why not? Why not? Bringing the rook to d1, into d1, maybe knight c5, knight a5, knight d5. Well, just white keep this sacrifice in mind. And on board 4 we have Tabata Bey sacrifice the pawn, and not only one, now the second one, e5. Wow, what is he doing? What is he doing? So probably if in case of knight d3 he wants to play f4. Yeah, this is clear intention. And after bishop f5, queen g4, attacking the pawn on c4. b5 is simply impossible because of knight takes b5, and white wants to play queen takes c4. That would be good compensation. All right, amazing move e5. This is really, I like the idea, fantastic. Just e5, sacrificing temporarily the second pawn. Take queen g5. White is gonna take it back with clear compensation. So now, thanks to bishop's pair, better development, and some issues with the structure. So we have already some positions with pawn sacrifice. I like it very much. Everywhere we have trouble. We have fight, big fight, and exchange Slav. Well, this is black decided that no, I'll not castle first. I'll try to have some counterplay in the center first. Rook c1, knight into d7, intending to bring the knight to b6 to c4, and yeah, the position is about equal but very sharp. So we will go for a short break now, and stay with us. I'm Grandmaster Viorel Iordăchescu from Abu Dhabi, morning round, the decisive battle of round 9 here of the Master Tournament. Stay with us. In a couple of minutes, we'll continue our live transmission. Welcome back to our live transmission here from Abu Dhabi Masters Tournament, round 9, the decisive one. And here we will see who will be the winner. So Arjun Erigaisi is leading only by half a point, but 9 grandmasters are behind him. They really wants to catch him, and why not? And we have a highly interesting strategical battle on board 1. So the leader Erigaisi plays with Anton Guijarro David from Spain. From a Caro-Kann Panov defense, then we had this unusual structure and the bishop on e7. Well, I saw everybody is criticizing this move, without no reason. But the point is probably, of course, we are just armed with engines. We can easy to say that okay, bishop g7 was just working. Why not to make such a natural move at bishop g7? There is no queen b3 because of queen knight a5 and all this stuff. But in a practical game, it's not that easy. And he played bishop to e7, despite of probably black didn't play the best version of it. The game remained very interesting. Bishop takes b5. Oh, this is a little bit surprised. Knight e7, and this is the current position. So probably black will move the bishop, the knight to g6, g4, h4, and trying to seize the initiative on the king side. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a first guest of the day, international grandmaster and coach here in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, hi everyone.
And Adam. Hi, Adam.
Yeah, hello.
First of all, congratulations
Please.
the second place in Blitz tournament.
Yeah.
I would say
Thanks.
This is quite an achievement.
Thanks. Yeah, I was quite happy with it.
Can you tell some more details about the Blitz tournament? Because I didn't cover it, so I think it will be very interesting to know.
Okay, I didn't think of any goal in this tournament. I just wanted to play, and for some reasons I played pretty decent blitz. So I was playing fast, and the moves overall were not too bad. Yeah, and okay, I didn't play a lot of higher rated opponents. The highest was the winner.
Did you play with him?
Ronak, Sadvani. And it was a tough game. I had some chances. I could have made a draw, but I pushed for more, and so it was a mistake. But I don't know. After that, I managed to win 2 last rounds and finished well. So.
Okay, great result.
Thanks.
And how are your players doing in the tournament?
Okay, Omran, this is not his tournament for sure. For some reasons he cannot, connect, I would say. His real abilities with the board. So, Okay, in one game there was, I think I prepared a line which was not really to his, didn't really suit him. So that was partly on preparation. But overall, he's just not in the best shape. So, yeah.
I think today he made a quick draw.
Yeah, I saw that.
And overall result maybe is not that bad with 2.5, I think, or 3.
I think 3. Yeah.
3 out of 9. Well, probably even he didn't lose rating, if I'm not mistaken.
He lost rating.
He lost
sure,
rating, yeah.
Okay, could be better for sure.
And do you intend to play? Your players to play in the tournament Dubai Open, which is just.
Yeah, we're gonna go there, and we'll see. How much energy they have left after this tough event, which is Abu Dhabi Masters and Open.
And what about the Open tournament? Because we didn't cover it, so probably you saw. Some games closer to analyze. Share some impressions from there, please.
Okay. I didn't check the top games as usual. I was only checking my students' games. So I was watching Roda and Ahmed Romeiti and Ahmed Wakas. So, yeah, I mean, there were some interesting games, but okay. I think Rode played as usual with a lot of effort, and this is what I really like about her, that she plays every game very seriously. And there were maybe some tactical issues in a few games, so we need to try to sort it out. But yeah.
Okay, not bad. And what about the Masters? Do you follow? And I mean, the last games, the last round situation. Do you know it?
No, I'm not caught up. What happened? I know that Erigase is leading. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and we have this is the current position.
And he beat Van Hal in the previous round. So.
Yeah, in an exchange Slav. Probably Van Hal was pushing a little bit too much. But okay, this is like a normal situation from a fighting game.
Yeah, decisive rounds of a big open with big prizes. Yeah, people will take risks. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially here, I mean, no sharing prizes, so
yeah,
that's the situation where you really should take the risk.
You have to go for it.
Yeah. So this is the current position. It was a Caro-Kann defense. Well, a little unusual move order, move a6. Maybe you can say a little bit more about it.
I don't have experience in the Panov, so I'm not really well versed. Wait, so a6?
Yeah, and actually I knew here, I mean, everything but not the move a6, at least the here. And after bishop g5, bishop e6, it's a transposition where after bishop g5, I mean, they're used to see with the pawn on g6 this one. Bishop e2 and now g6.
Interesting. That's completely new to me.
Yeah, looks like a losing of tempo, but in fact take. And here, of course, everybody, I mean, including me, was expecting the move bishop to g7. What's wrong with this natural move? I couldn't find. I was trying queen b6, queen b3 here, but looks like black is doing not bad. After knight a5, I mean, check, bishop d7, or queen a3, I was trying to play for a direct attack. But
you can take once
or with the pawn maybe.
Yeah, and d5, is it dangerous? Just take out?
No, d5, rook e1, I was thinking, yeah, d5.
Okay, there is bishop f8.
Bishop f8, exactly. I was trying some beauties here, but, well, not sure it works. It's just some,
But maybe we can try something like, we don't have to go to b2 with the queen. Like before, takes, and maybe check on a4.
Bishop to d7.
Yeah, and rook fe1.
Wow. That's a.
Yeah. It's not over yet, so. But okay, you have bishop e7.
That's beautiful. Just a small demonstration how the game can end. Checkmate on move 16.
Yeah, but okay, bishop e7 is there.
Bishop e7. Yeah, followed by castle.
Yeah.
And looks like.
But still, I can play like queen d4, right? And castle I have d6.
d6, yeah.
Or queen f4. I'm not sure which is better.
Yeah, one of these two moves, and it's not easy, yeah. So yeah, probably he have.
So bishop e7 gives like a more solid vibe because it blocks the e file. So
I was thinking of even a little move like knight e7, but it looks a little bit artificial.
But basically, like I think if bishop e7 works and the position doesn't like collapse in the center, then you should play bishop e7 because you want to castle.
Well, in my opinion, white here missed a chance. Well, probably this is only my opinion. The move like knight e1.
Oh.
With the intention to play bishop f3, and I don't really see how can you defend against.
It's totally unexpected, such a move.
I don't know. Of course, I'm not using the engine, so just this is like a human approach.
No, I see the idea. Looks very interesting.
A creative approach.
Okay, I cannot take on c4 because I lose a piece, right? And after castle, bishop f3,
it's a game over.
Win a pawn because knight b4 you always have e3.
And it's maybe about not only about a pawn. It's just.
So I need somehow to take on c4, but not to allow d5. So I need to move my knight from c6 here. Let's say okay.
Where do you move it? A5 here.
I guess a5. Yeah.
And yeah, actually I was trying this one. Yeah, that was my taking bishop f3,
Queen d7.
queen into d7, and probably nothing concrete here. Yeah. Next
Should
move
be
is
okay,
just
I think.
castle. Yeah.
I mean, you can try queen d2, right? Attack the knight and try to put the queen on h6, but I think knight c6 and it should be fine.
Queen h6, knight takes d4, knight f5 is
Yeah.
also.
d5, knight d5, yeah. It should be okay for black.
All right. So, and the game, white decided to go immediately c5, which I would say this is quite an achievement for black.
Yeah, obviously he wants to get before as quick as possible, and
But okay, what was nothing wrong with starting with a3, I believe.
A3, okay.
Castle and b4, and then rook
still you can
b1.
attack, yeah.
I can take my time. I can just play rook b1. I don't know, c5. I don't see how. I mean, probably playing something like f5. Rook b1, bishop f6, maybe.
now c5.
Now c5, but leads to the same, more or less the same position.
Oh, I think black can try g5 here, right?
Yeah, so, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So actually, we have the similar position in the game. F5, b4 immediately. So white didn't lose a tempo with the move a3. G5, yeah, you're right. And here, surprisingly, white took with the bishop.
Yeah. Well, okay. I guess the problem with a takes b5 is knight a5, and he didn't see what to do with the pawns.
To a5, yeah? Honestly, I thought knight to e7 and then to g6. But this one I didn't think about.
Could be interesting, but yeah.
Oh, this is interesting too, yeah?
So he didn't find a way how to get progress on the queen side, and black is trying to make something like g4, but also we have knight e5. This position is complicated, I don't know.
Yeah. So he decided to take with the bishop, knight e7, and bishop e2 back, if I'm not mistaken.
The idea is he wants to put pressure on the b7 pawn, right? And his weakness on a4 is hard to attack, so he thinks this is better than having a nice pawn structure.
And bishop e2 was played. This is the current situation. What can you say about it?
Okay, black needs to defend the pawn on b7, right? And rook a7 looks suspicious because of knight b5 and knight d6. Same queen c7, I mean, it doesn't look good because of knight b5. So maybe queen d7. Also, queen a5 is possible, as I see now, yeah. And maybe follow with rook f8 or something.
Queen c2. Okay.
Actually, that's a question. I mean, does black need to defend b7? Because sometimes you want to play like knight c6 and then g4. So maybe here you can try knight c6, right?
And you know how Spaniards are saying, "Vamos."
Yeah, exactly.
So he's a Spanish grandmaster, say "Vamos," but which one?
No, but I would start with knight c6.
With knight to c6 back.
Yeah.
Right.
Why not? I threaten g4. Right, and I cover e5 so you don't have knight e5. But maybe he's afraid of knight b5 here, right? And knight d6, some ideas. But to be honest, I'm not like sure if this is. It feels like a good position for black because you just play queen a5, you know, and there are weaknesses on a4 and on d4, and the only target in the black's position is the pawn on b7, and I'm totally fine with that, you know.
Yeah, true. I was even thinking, can black play b6 here?
Also makes sense, yeah.
If I can, if you allow me to...
Yeah, I mean, what does white have here? I don't really see.
Alright, so good position, so I'm expecting it will be just a repetition of the bishop d5, knight e7,
That's
and
Iordăchescu
secures, I mean, at least share of the first place. Okay, so let's go to board number 2, because this one is amazing. This one is amazing. Probably one of the most beautiful idea played by white. So castle, we have anti-Berlin. This
A4
one.
I saw this.
Knight c3. This is very fashionable nowadays with the idea knight d5.
d4, yeah, and you cannot take because knight d5. Yeah.
And black
Okay,
reacted
this.
to very precisely my idea.
I saw this.
And
yeah.
e4.
e4, okay, yeah.
Just the knight on this one and just d4. And probably here black got a little bit over aggressive, over maybe. Well, nothing wrong with castle.
Yeah.
d4, bishop f5.
I think there were some games like this.
Probably.
I've seen, yeah.
And here he decided to take
d4
some
is the
space.
bishop. But also, I think I saw something like this. It was Karyakin against Wesley So, I think, and or it was the colors reverse, something like this. Yeah.
Okay, and bishop to d3.
Okay.
Bishop e6 and guess the move. Try to guess the move.
Well, I saw the final position, but it was an exchange down.
Yeah,
so
so it's a concept, I would
he
say.
must have
Just
took,
rook
yeah.
takes e6, pawn e6, and bishop e4. So, yeah, this is like great positional exchange sacrifice in traditions.
Petrosyanik, I would say.
And traditions of great Tigran Petrosyan. Well, I just also this typical can be from typical idea from Petrov defense, where white sacrifice on e6, or from Alechin defense. And yeah, just the point is that white just plays d3 slowly, yeah, maybe bishop d2.
Yeah, and
maybe c3, queen e2.
As you can see, the bishop is very strong on e4, and the rooks are not very effective. They only have like one open file, which is f file. And there are pawn weaknesses, and if you castle kingside, the king is going to be always weak. So altogether, it gives a nice compensation. But is it more than enough to balance the position? We'll see.
Yeah, and here black decided to, I mean, I would say also in the spirit of like fighting for the initiative, to play d3. So
it's very interesting.
at cost of a pawn, black is delaying white's development. I don't know.
Take with the bishop, yeah.
Yeah. So the audience just was criticizing this decision, but okay. Takes bishop back and knight into d4. And white played here d3.
Yeah, looks suspicious. I mean, this pawn sacrifice doesn't feel like it gave black like a lot of dynamics, but I'm not sure. Still, I mean, the problems remain the same, right? So for me, it's a question: what did black really achieve here? I don't know.
Something maybe like bishop c5 here, putting more pressure on pawn f2.
Yeah.
But
can I just take on b7 here?
Materialistic approach, yeah?
2 pawns are better than one, so bishop e4.
So at the end we'll just count material.
Okay, you have some ideas like take and queen h4,
yeah?
queen d4. Okay, let's try. Oh, g3, maybe bishop f2, yeah?
Well, g3.
Bishop f2, yeah.
Yeah, also queen f6, I don't know.
King g2, I thought.
And then play rook f7. And then rook f8. I think you're just simply not in time to.
Yeah, okay.
To defend.
Yeah. And bishop e3, you just take and take on b2.
Yes, and if you play queen e2, I was thinking to take it here.
Possible, yeah.
Okay, at least once
I
again.
have to take with the g pawn, right?
I don't sacrifice my pieces, so.
Try to hold.
Yeah, this is probably a little bit too much, yeah? Okay, let's try. Rook f8.
Bishop e3.
And bishop d6.
Have to play f4.
And just activating the rook to, or maybe I can play first queen h3. No, queen h3, queen f1. Yeah, I'm not in time to. Well, rook f6.
Queen f3.
Yeah, here queen is perfectly.
Okay, you have g5 though, yeah. So, but then I can try to play queen g3.
Queen g3, yeah, this one is
change some pieces.
Lost. Yeah. This one is lost. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now I can see why he sacrificed the pawn from d4, because now he gets the ideas with bishop c5. So there is some life in the position now, at least.
Okay, let's move to board number 3. I think this position is, yeah, from let's say a little bit unusual. I mean, bishop d3, g6, f3, and it was inclusion. Looks everything normal
Wow.
except the pawn on g6 and the bishop on d3. So you might think this is like
the weirdest dragon I've ever seen.
is this dragon?
Okay, now he puts the bishop on his own. Okay.
Oh yeah, so rook f2, castle, rook to d2.
It's neither, yeah, but with the pawn on g6 and it's a fusion of different lines. Interesting.
Yeah, and here I thought in the spirit of today's round, white should sacrifice on d6. So getting the same compensation with bishop's pair and the pawn.
Yeah, rook d6 should be always kept in mind for sure. So black has to take, and queen d6, the bishop is attacked, so what to do? Maybe queen e8, yeah?
Okay, rook c6 also.
Or rook c6 with the tempo.
Well, this one is just
yeah.
it was an idea.
So you want like knight a5 maybe?
I don't know, I would rook d1, knight d5, knight a5.
Interesting. Yeah, complicated. So maybe queen e8 instead. I don't know.
Where?
Instead of rook c6.
Ah,
Yeah.
queen to e8 here.
Let's try this. I just want to improve my queen to f7 and
Well,
then
yeah,
I'm
this one is complicated. Probably I do have this move and trying to.
The white controls a lot of squares, right? So there is compensation for sure. Like it's not easy to find an idea for black. I mean, how to proceed. Okay, I guess I can afford giving up the b7 pawn. So queen f7.
And then a6, and then everything.
Okay, maybe that's too much. Yeah.
Well, probably not. Probably you do have some. I don't know.
No, take, and everything is under control still.
Maybe on bishop c4 or something to eliminate this bishop.
Yeah, but then take and queen d7.
Yeah.
I
I
guess
can
it
take with
does
the
work.
rook, but still it looks like white controls the situation.
Okay, complicated.
Yeah.
It makes sense, yeah. To
So
take on
just a
d6.
second, I'll try to refresh this one because I believe we're not really. Oh yeah.
So knight e7, knight e4 here.
I think we are a little stuck with the position with the games.
Could be.
Okay, let's go to board number 4.
Okay, what happened here?
Yeah, it was this symmetrical Grunfeld with knight c3 pawn sacrifice. White played it in a very aggressive style. So black 2. This somehow
This must
typical,
be some theory I don't know anything about. So.
Yeah, and the move that I really, I mean, it's just amazing idea. I was thinking like how to make it work like a 4 e5, but after a4 black plays e5 and not in time. And now white did it, starting with this.
Okay, so if I take,
Yeah, he took and queen g4.
oh,
Winning this pawn back. And then we have this compensation, I would say, this bishop's pair. I mean, there's some knight to d7, yeah.
interesting. Why not the other knight?
And queen takes c4, and then I'm just asking what is your next.
Everything is hanging, yeah?
Yeah,
So,
what is your next? I mean, coming with the rook. Probably he just wanted to bring the knight to d5, let's say. Knight b6, knight d5.
maybe, yeah.
So queen takes c4.
Not a very pleasant position for black, but maybe black can try to put the knight on d5. That would be interesting.
So immediately.
I'm thinking. Like, I think knight b6, queen e4, that's a problem, but I can play knight 8 to d7. Yeah, I would try maybe knight b6.
All right. So I think we'll make a break, a short break, just to fix the positions on our board,
Yeah,
and we'll come soon in a couple of minutes.
sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the final round of Abu Dhabi Masters 2022, and we have some updates on leaders board. So Eric Arjun plays with white pieces against David Guijarro, Anton Guijarro from Spain.
Yeah.
And we have some development here.
So they didn't repeat, yeah? So
Black didn't.
I guess Anton is fighting for something more.
Yeah, he's in fighting spirit.
So the question is, why not 95? He didn't like 95, yeah? Because
knight c6
after
back, yeah?
G4. No, I mean after G4. So 95 must be bad for some reasons.
Taking on d4.
Taken, then knight b5.
The knight b5 is coming.
Knight
yeah?
c6 you can play still.
And knight d6, knight takes e5. What about this position? Because queen takes d4, it looks like white is more
I mean,
active.
black is not. Black doesn't have to take on e5, right? Black can play
Probably
like queen
not.
a5. But this is really hard to
Bishop
understand what's going on.
b5. I feel like white isn't in control of the situation.
Yeah, also queen c1 is coming.
Also queen c1,
Right,
by the way. Yeah.
So this looks tricky for black. So maybe he didn't want to take on e5. Maybe there's something else, like knight c6 or knight g6.
Probably knight c6, yeah.
Yeah, let's try. And now I would play f4 here in this position. Because if you allow me to keep it like this, then I'm happy. If you take, then I take with a knight. Kind of. I like this pawn structure on the king side. It feels like a progress.
So can I do with the same but with the knight on g6?
Yeah. Okay, let's try the same.
Okay,
F4.
I just sacrificed the pawn. And we can take on g6.
But it's a question if I really want to improve your structure that much.
Exactly.
So let's try f4. Yeah.
And what? Probably this is a better version, but I don't see it clear.
No, to me it looks unclear, and I like 95. I'm pretty sure Eric Gacy knows more about this position than I do, and he had a good reason not to play 95, but I don't see it. Okay. Oh, maybe something like take, d4, knight b5, and like queen d5 or something. Queen d5.
Exchange? You don't mind.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Well, I thought it just take some pawns here, but
Wow. So what to do? I mean, white wants to take the pawn or play knight d6. And both of these are unpleasant to meet. And also we have some weaknesses.
yeah, let's see one more time. Knight c6,
Okay, yeah.
knight d6. Looks like white is in full control.
I want to take on b7. There is also like ideas queen d2 in case you move the queen
And
somewhere.
maybe your favorite f4 move
or f3.
or f3, yeah.
More
Why
forcing,
not?
yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay, 91 he played. Okay.
Knight c6 back, knight c2.
Keeps the position closed for the knights, which is good.
Rook a7. Well, if you kind of playing these moves, okay, but you can play knight b5 because there's hangs.
Yeah, it's interesting that he played f4 here, yeah? f4. Which makes sense, but also I would still think about f3 because I want to, open the weaknesses as much as possible.
Yeah, f3, h5, let's say.
If I take, you take with the h1, yeah?
Probably yes, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not easy to attack this weakness on f5 because my pieces are tied to defending the d4 pawn. Okay, so he played f4. Now it's interesting that we have two big weaknesses, like on e5 and on e4, but we cannot bring the knights there. The black knight is very far from e4, and white can never play knight e1, knight e3, knight e5 because of d4 pawn.
Yeah, and I think here black managed to stabilize the position. And actually I like black more because I really don't see how white can improve. I mean, you never can move this knight because the pawn hangs. Maybe you should defend the pawn a4 and play knight b5. Like a move outside, this is an ugly move.
Yeah.
But with the intention to play knight b5,
And
then maybe knight
e6.
e3, or knight e3, bishop d3, queen c2. Probably I'm not.
That is interesting, yeah.
Rook a1.
If you manage to play knight b5, knight e3, and then like queen d3, or bishop d3, or feels like progress.
And probably here black can play the same idea with b6. Knight b5, and can switch side, let's say rook to d7. Or maybe I should just stay on a.
Just rook a5 is possible.
On a5, yeah. And black is probably doing fine here.
Because sometimes I want to keep the option of taking on b5 and taking on
Yes,
d4.
exactly. So take, I don't know, king h1.
Well, it feels like black is breathing, you know, rook f e8, a8. So this is good for black. Another idea would be instead of rook a1 and knight b5, trying to double the rooks on the b file. So let's say queen d3 after black played h5, yeah?
Oh yeah, black played h5 and queen. He did play queen d2.
Queen d2 makes sense.
Probably with the same idea, bishop to g7.
But now queen f6 is coming up.
So forcing white to stay with the rook on d1, yeah? Bishop into b5. And this time, h4. So no more knight e7, no more repetition.
And he's not afraid of like bishop c6, rook b6, stuff like this.
And actually it happened. Now, rook e1 first. Rook e1,
This is like heavyweight boxing, you know.
Yeah, it's every move is very, very hard to find and to predict. So rook e1, bishop into d7. Well, I don't really understand.
Yeah.
Why do we need the move bishop d7? Probably he was afraid of rook takes e6 sacrifice from Nihal Sarin's game. Because
Could be, but also he's just protecting the 6x pawn, just not to worry about like rook b6, and just a useful move, I guess.
Yeah, and black probably intends to play queen f6, maybe rook a8.
Rook e8 also an idea,
rook
I guess.
a8, yeah.
Okay, let's say if we exchange all the rooks, we probably lose as black, right?
Probably, yeah, because
because white brings the king to e3, plays knight b4, pushes the pawn. So we need at least one pair of rooks. And maybe actually black needs to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, because there are some ideas on the king side. So, and also we need to think, how is white gonna improve, right? I'm still under impression, maybe it's wrong, that white is the one trying to find some ideas here, but you know, in such positions, there is a risk that you miss the moment when you have to defend. So it can be dangerous.
Yeah. So of course a knight on e5 would be.
I would play rook b6 because it's like the most normal move in the position.
Yeah, rook b6 looks like a good one, but what I was thinking that can I, well, or maybe I don't know. I don't need to change one pair of rook.
Okay, let's take, I guess.
Queen takes.
Yeah, and how to get any progress from here? That's a question, because the knight on c3 cannot be moved, right? It protects a4 and e4. The knight from c2. Yeah, we can do something. Let's try knight b4, right? Oh, I'm missing a tactics here.
Yeah, this is the way how to lose. This is the way how to lose the game and the tournament.
So yeah, you can see that the deep idea behind rook b6 is working against white here.
And I'm intending to play, by the way, maybe bishop c8, rook e7, bishop a6, or bishop c8, bishop a6, bishop c4, rook e7.
Yeah, so maybe this is what black wants, like this kind of position, because as you can see, it's really hard to improve for white, and black can counterattack at some point.
Alright, so let's leave it this position. Let's go to board number 2, because here we have some development after knight d4, d3 takes bishop c5, bishop f3. Okay, now it's time to defend the pawn, and this is the current situation. So somehow black managed to stabilize, yeah, at least. I mean, if give me a couple of moves like rook e8, bishop d6, bishop f4, if I manage to trade these bishops,
Yeah,
might be not worse.
I guess so. So it's one pawn for exchange, right? And also we have weakness on e6. Looks like a balanced position now. I don't know.
Yeah. And for white, I was thinking to activate rook in a
A5,
way of
yeah.
a5 and rook a4, and then I'll choose where to put it on e4, f4, g4. I don't know.
Makes total sense. I would be surprised if he doesn't play a5 here.
Yeah.
Also, it fixes a target on like the whole queenside structure. So let's say rook e8, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I don't see any active, let's say, play for black, except maybe some sacrifice on f3. I don't know how to do it. I was thinking, can black play something like queen g6 with the idea to play rook f6, rook f8? I understand this might be
Okay, rook a4.
a little bit risky, but once again.
So
Hang on, could I play this first rook d8? Just a provocative move, I don't know.
rook e4 maybe.
Oh yeah, I didn't provoke anything, so now rook f6.
Okay, so you want rook f8, attack the bishop.
Yeah. In case of rook f7, rook g4, queen f7. Trying to say that I have a kind of harmony. If I'm not losing material.
Yeah, it looks
I'm
okay.
not losing the rook. Maybe
But
do.
I can try like rook g4 and then d4 and then bishop g5 something.
Oh yeah.
Like this. And okay, bishop g5 you have rook f5 and a5 is hanging. So
Yeah,
maybe
that's important. That's very
and
important.
also you want rook a1, so I don't have time for bishop h6 and stuff. That's interesting, yeah. It's hard to say, but my feeling is that the position is balanced, and black. Instead of this, black can also like set up like e5 and put the rook on e8 instead of rook f6. Let's say. Yeah. Here rook e8 and rook a4, e5, and how is white gonna do anything? It's unclear to me.
Oh, rook e4, then b4, then maybe.
Okay.
And what else? Yeah, what's next?
Yeah, after b4 I just put the bishop on d6 and I can think about c5 later.
Well, it will give me
Yeah.
a target.
Okay.
Well, a long-term
So maybe
target.
I just wait, like bishop d6, rook e7, king h8, just
And
wait.
d6, if I'm gonna hit you immediately. It's black to move, sorry.
Oh, black to play, yeah.
I
Here.
was thinking d6, d4, and then bishop f4.
Oh.
Some move, but okay, probably black can defend the pawn first.
Looks very original, but yeah. Somehow I can't.
And another idea is just to maybe play h4 and then h5, and then I can try to put my bishop on e4, attacking on h7. So I believe white can improve. White can improve his position.
Interesting maneuvering position. We will see who's better here.
All right.
Looks
So
playable.
c6. This is the current situation. This is the current position after move, and let's go to board number 3. To board number 3, and we left around here. So white took on f5, changed the pawn structure, knight d5.
Okay.
Taking with the bishop, honestly, okay. Takes king h8. So we have the position in spirit of Sveshnikov, let's say. The only difference is the pawn is on b7, which is much better, than on b5.
Yeah, and black doesn't have the light squared bishop, which is an achievement for white. But for that, he took on f5, allowing black to get like advantage in the center and the g file. So again, it's complicated. There are both good things and bad things compared to the Sveshnikov here. For both sides.
Indeed. All right, a5, knight into g7. Well, this one is a surprising move in my opinion.
I think he wants f4 followed by knight f5 and protect d6 and maybe exchange the dark square bishops with bishop h4.
Honestly, I thought the knight here is just, I don't know, can jump to g3, f4, maybe f6, but... Right? f4.
Pretty logical response.
Knight f6, rook to d3, and queen to e8, yeah? So knight g4, probably white will just take the pawn. It's free, why not?
Take, yeah.
Take, rook takes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So after rook d3, black played the move queen e8.
I mean, I like it for black. So the pieces are active, the center, and you know.
g3. Okay, stabilizing here the king side.
Okay, knight e6, yeah, looks logical. Bishop g2.
Wow. Also looks logical. I would say this one.
Okay, now I'm liking it for white.
Okay.
Because white puts pressure on b7, right?
So
and if you play e4, then you weaken d4.
I would say as a grandmaster, you are changing too often your opinion.
They're making good moves. What can I do?
Yeah, they're both making, yeah.
Okay.
So,
okay, what to do? The pawn on b7 is hanging, so
No.
we should play.
No.
Oh,
we
you
have the
this.
privilege to sacrifice. We can't defend
Yeah,
such a small pawn on b7.
Fair enough, yeah.
Forget who are you in real life.
Okay, let's play. Oh,
You're just
I
sacrifice.
wanted to say rook a4, but you know there is a problem with that.
Yeah, long moves are always an issue in chess. So what do you do?
That's a question, yeah.
I think you start to like it now for black.
Okay, what's the white's problem? That maybe the knight is not doing anything. Should be like at least on e2, right? And I'm not really in time to bring it. Or am I? Hard to say. Okay, let's make some of queen d2.
Queen to d2, yeah? Alright, so I can jump knight e4.
Bad, yeah. You can.
This is one idea. What else I can do? By the way, after move e4, where do you move the rook? To c3.
Yeah.
If you don't want to sacrifice it on
Sure.
this. I have rook c3, and after rook takes c3, take with the queen, okay?
Yeah, that's what I want. Like d4 pawn.
Yeah,
d4 square.
let's suppose this one you're ready to.
But knight e4 is probably very strong here.
94, yeah, or yeah, 94. 94 is.
Yeah, and I need to do something with the queen. And I need to keep protecting the c2 pawn. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I agree.
Yeah, probably just white is not in time to.
Okay. How to improve this position? Let's say queen e2, you just take on a4, right? And I have to take.
With the bishop?
Yeah, maybe with the bishop. Try to play this position.
Well, I can take, but I can say that I'm not in hurry. I can
Also,
play h5.
King h1 could be a useful move, like in this position, I think. Yeah.
King h1, alright. King h1. Now maybe you want to take my pawn.
Maybe.
I can jump knight g4, saying that okay, I don't care about.
Now I would think about something like a bishop g1. I know it's risky, like you can take on f4 and I take on b7 and what's happening?
And I don't
Like really hard to say.
pay any attention to my rook, of course. But how to continue? Because my king can be also in kind of a danger.
Yeah, it feels like black should be going for some kind of checkmating ideas, but how to make it work? Like queen h5 probably does nothing. I can just take on c8.
Well, 1 second here, yeah? King h1, yeah, king h1 is, this one is very solid.
Yeah, now I threaten to take. Yeah.
And can I change the move order? Take on f4 first. Now, how do you take back?
Let's try pawn. Try pawn.
And then this is a rule of Sharjah club chess players. First you sacrifice, then you think.
Well, okay, I forgot about this. King g2, queen c6.
Today is the day of exchange sacrifices. So how can you forget this one?
Yeah.
You have it in almost every game.
Right. Oh, this looks very dangerous.
Yeah.
Rook g8 is coming. Okay, I have to take with the bishop, right? And at least I will have...
Rook g3.
Yeah, I will have rook g3 at least.
Okay, and now knight e4.
Okay.
Or take first on f4. Maybe I'll just should fix the structure. And jump knight to e4.
Yeah, looks good for black because you threaten knight f2.
Yeah.
I think I need to play like rook f3, which is ugly, and you have like bishop. Okay, rook f3. I
You can play queen e2, but okay, rook f3, yeah. Intending to give this check.
But you have bishop f6, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is good for black. Yeah.
Good for black, yeah.
Queen g6, something like.
I wanted to say complicated, but probably good for black because.
Yeah, I mean the only black's problem is the pawn on d6 and.
But my next move is bishop f6, and still your knight is restricted here. I mean, you can't bring it.
Black has the initiative, which is, as we know, the most important thing if we have these kind of positions.
Right.
Opposite colored bishops.
So bishop g2, this is the current position. Sorry, after queen e8, this is the current position, and g3, knight e6, bishop g2, taking rook g8.
Oh, so this happened, yeah?
Not yet, or it did happen. Hang on, no, this is the current position. After g3, knight e6, yeah, this is the current position.
Okay, so our conclusion so far is that probably black has some initiative on the king side, and white has to be like very careful, you know, not to get under attack, not to allow some attack on the king side.
Okay, let's move to board number 5, because here we have a game of two more players who are just half a point behind of Erigaisi, so they are still fighting for prizes, maybe for the first.
A very solid approach from Yakuboyev.
Well, it started like in a very sharp way, but somehow black managed to neutralize white's initiative on the king side, and it turned to a positional
struggle.
Yeah.
So white is trying to use his space advantage on the king side, so only white can be better here, right? But also it looks like it should be defendable.
Yeah, and in case of e5, I saw this.
That's nice. Wait, so you win 2 pawns, yeah?
Well, yeah.
Okay, one.
At least one. I mean,
enough, yeah.
So okay, of course, queen c7 and queen to b2, just guarding the square, and what actually? No, black is very solid. Black is very solid here.
Yeah.
Okay, this h6. This probably.
He played h6, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
he did play. And Tomaszewski, yeah, one more. This was an interesting opening idea. Actually, I haven't seen it before. It's a Benko gambit in English opening. So it was a queen b3 move, just stopping the move d5, d3, a6, a3, and b5.
That's unusual.
Yeah, professor can sacrifice sometimes.
I like this position, looks very fresh.
Bishop b2, d6, and he's keeping the idea of sacrificing the pawn. White accepted. And we have this Benko style position.
Yeah.
Knight b4, queen b1, knight d5. Draw? I know, white said no, not today.
Okay.
Taking, bishop e6, queen c3, knight a2. Okay. The knight is...
Interesting place for the knight. But okay, still a pawn down. Still pieces are more active. White can take on e5, right? But he probably wants like bishop f6 and then take everything on the queen side. In the worst case scenario, it's going to be 4 against 3 on the king side, which is I guess black is fine with.
And what about the move queen c2?
Maybe knight b4 back?
No. This time I say no, nobody, no draw.
Okay, queen d2, yeah?
Queen to d2 or to d1, probably to d2.
Yeah, okay. Maybe not knight b4, right? So let's see. What can I do here? You threaten bishop e3, I think, right?
Also can hit the pawn.
Oh, the pawn as well, yeah.
Bishop b3, I'm not afraid of this move, because queen d2, the same.
Interesting. But maybe I can still play that, and after queen d2 I play queen e6.
So bishop b3, queen d2, queen e6.
Because the bishop on c1 is blocked, I'm kind of happy with that. So let's
Right,
see.
so let me force you to take this bishop.
Am I forced? Let's see.
Well,
I can also try to play for this idea like c4, c5, c4 maybe.
c5, bishop d2 on c4.
Yeah.
This is very interesting.
Like both white and black are kind of awkward here. Like white cannot freely develop the the bishops and do something with the queen. I have a problem with the knight on a2, but I always have like c3 idea, right? So like just in case, not immediately of course, but
Yeah, and so probably black's intention to put the bishop on c5, and then to
f6, queen c6, bishop c5, maybe something like this.
Yeah, it's
Playable.
very interesting. Yeah.
Just a pawn.
All right, so knight a2. This is the current position, and here white is thinking. So where to move the queen? Maybe to take on e5.
Yeah. So I mean, if we analyze this position, we start with queen e5, right?
Yeah.
Because it's the most greedy one.
And bishop f6.
Yeah. Okay, can I put the queen on h5? Probably not, because some bishop g4 ideas, but still I have like queen c5.
Maybe not immediately.
Complicated.
I can go simple.
Oh, you can take, yeah.
I can go simple, takes,
Yeah.
takes, and
Rook b2.
rook to b2, yeah? And rook into b2, and
This is good for black, because you take the pawn back, I think, on a3.
well, good in terms of not losing the game.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, like bishop c4. Probably white is also risking nothing.
Wait, can I play? Oh,
I was
you
trying
mean
to
the
calculate.
bishop g4,
I was
bishop
trying
f7,
to calculate
king?
this one. Where do you go now? King here, I have queen d5, yeah? And
Take on a3. You take on d7 and take on c7, yeah.
well,
Maybe rook d8. Then you can take and play bishop d5. Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Interesting tactics.
So probably after bishop takes c4, let's say rook takes c4, rook takes a3. This one might be better for white.
Yeah.
I mean, just let's say e5.
Here I agree.
I mean, your pieces are not very well coordinated.
There are some ideas on the king side, and also you can put pressure on the c7 pawn, so it looks dangerous.
All right, so what do we have? We have the position of a knight a2. Let's go back to board number 1, to the leaders.
So
Because
in this,
here the game will be decided. And this is the current situation. So
Oh,
they did
he's-
played all the play
is he bringing the king to the queen side?
to b3, yeah?
This is exciting, yeah. Because then he can support his a4 a pawn, right, and to bring like stability to the queen side at least.
Wow. And queen a8 just played. Wow.
Is he hinting at rook a4? I'm not sure.
Yeah, not sure, because you can't activate the. You need. No, just protecting the pawn, and now probably black wants to bring the bishop.
But let's just check rook a4. I
Alright,
mean,
of course.
what's going on here?
This is the first that we.
Yeah,
All right.
to stay in the theme of the day, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
So I should probably try to hunt your queen, but you have queen b4. Where do you move your queen?
Queen b4. Yeah. Oh wait, is it trapped? This is not what I
Well,
wanted.
in a way, yes.
The queen a2, yeah.
In a way, yes. Queen b2, queen c4. Yeah, not yet. And not yet.
Queen b3, queen a5 back.
Now queen f1 check is also.
No, I mean here.
queen b3
queen
here.
b3, queen a5. Yeah.
Queen d3, queen.
You're just one square away from trapping the queen, and I think this is not enough.
I have a feeling that something is wrong with black position.
But
here.
queen d3 and then rook a6 is an idea, to force the queen back and then, you know, play like g3. That's interesting. Because, like, very surprisingly, I don't have enough dynamics here. But maybe I can try queen a2 still.
But if you don't activate one of the bishops,
Oh, king c1 and then rook a6.
Yeah.
So I guess it doesn't work because basically the problem is that the bishop on d7 is very passive, right? So if we could magically sacrifice the pawn on f5 somehow and then get bishop f5, it would be a completely different story.
Yeah. And I thought that bishop c8, but I don't really like the move knight b4 here. And maybe not sacrifice, yeah? Maybe not to sacrifice, but...
Yeah. Takes, and then king... king e2, I guess.
King e2, and I can't bring my bishop, yeah?
Yeah, at some point the material will be too much, I think. Like after knight c6, after bishop a6, you know, I just put the king on f2.
Yeah, so it's not that easy. It's not that easy.
Feels like maybe Iordăchescu kind of outplaying his opponent, but we'll see. If it depends if Anton is able to find some dynamics here in this position.
One more idea is just to come with bishop to f6 and to d8.
Oh, that's pretty decent, yeah.
But probably white can sacrifice on the exchange. I mean, sacrifice the rook on. If I get the two connected passed pawns, of course I can. I can do it, but no, I'm not in time. I missed this move.
Bishop d8.
But this one, no. Even this one, you know. Finally, black's white's square bishop is active, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And this I take, and probably white is black is checkmating.
Win a queen.
Win a queen, yeah. Okay, so it's not that easy. Yeah? Knight d5 probably is just a losing move.
I think so. Like, if we look at the position in general, I think black would be happy to lose either of the pawn on c6, d5, and f5. Like, he would give it away for free.
Yeah, in order to activate the bishop.
Yeah, it's funny. Okay, maybe not c6, yeah, because...
So bishop d8 and maybe bishop d5, yeah? Bishop a5, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, it's so complicated.
Sometimes in these positions you can sacrifice, like allow bishop b6 and then take with the c pawn, but we're not really in time, right? To put the knight on c5 or
let's
something.
try. Let's say queen to c1. Yeah. I don't really believe in this move. And now queen b2.
Yeah. So takes. How is this?
And rook a6, this one I missed. Because if you play rook b7, I'm in time to
set up like a5, yeah? Right.
Yeah, that was my intention, but...
And rook a6? Is there no way? Like queen b4, you have queen b7, a5? How is this?
Well, this is good for white. The threat is a5.
But you know, here you have to calculate some crazy ideas like, I don't know, g3, and then if h3, like c5, you know, and d takes d4. Okay, it probably doesn't work because you have b7 always, right?
Yeah.
Just kills all the joy.
Probably black can play something simple like bishop c8, intending now...
right.
What is the intention? Queen b8, queen a8?
Just tapping b7, yeah, maybe you want bishop b7, right? And then do something with the queen.
And am I in time to play knight a1, knight b3, knight c5? Probably not. Why not actually? Yeah. I just said this is too long, but maybe not. Just I have this double attack.
Feels like winning.
Hang on.
Oh.
Life is not that simple, but maybe. Okay, but this one is. This
but
one
also
is too complicated.
Oh,
sorry. Yeah. So if I play a5, queen takes a4, or.
Knight b3, queen h2.
No, this one is too crazy. Or check on f1. Just stop hitting pawns.
Black would be very happy to get this.
All right. So
this idea bringing the bishop to d8 makes a lot of sense. And
And I think he did play knight b4, yeah?
Wait, the bishop is not on f6? What happened?
No, it was queen a8.
Oh.
And instead of king d1, white played the move knight b4.
Oh, okay. He must have seen this idea with bishop f6, so he's, I guess he's reacting to it. I mean, bishop f6.
Maybe the other knight to d5, sacrificing the other knight.
Bishop d8.
No, you don't take my knight.
There is time and place for everything.
All right. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, knight e3, but. Well, knight e3.
Okay, I take.
If I put my knight on c4 and then a5.
I have bishop e6, right? So rook a6 now.
Rook a6, knight c4, bishop e6, not in time. Queen b2, queen b7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks okay for black.
Yeah. So bishop f6 now.
So what's his idea? Maybe it's simply queen d3, and if bishop d8, then rook a6.
Wow.
But what
How
about
do you
bishop?
find such places?
Bishop
Such-
a5.
Bishop a5 here.
Yeah. That's a very nice pin. I mean,
All the way to the king.
yeah. How much time do they have? Is
30
it-
minutes for white and only 9 to.
This could
for
be
black.
a big factor because it's still a very complicated position, even though like they played 28 moves, as you can see. Like you have to calculate very carefully at every move. I feel like Iordăchescu has better chances. I mean, to win this game.
I mean,
We'll see.
I mean practical chances, yeah, because probably
Yeah.
objectively black's position is not that bad.
I have no idea what's the objective evaluation here. It's very complicated.
Yeah.
I feel like the initiative maybe. Yeah, it's even hard to say because it all depends basically on whether bishop f6 works or not, and they have to figure it out. And Iordăchescu has more time for that than Anton.
And generally, what do you think about Iordăchescu Arjun? Soon he will be on top 20 of the world.
He's strong. What
He's
can I
strong,
say?
yeah. This is well, yeah. Actually, I mean, his games against Van Hao, I mean, it was really amazing yesterday. Like
Okay.
first defending well, then with small these tactics, counter-attacking, bringing the pieces. I mean, he feels this harmony of the game. This is really feeling of a strong player, of an elite player.
So he's young and he's already like a whole package basically, which is impressive. Yeah.
All right.
We'll follow his career with great interest, as they say.
Yeah. And who is stronger, him or Gukesh? What do you think?
Him or Gukesh?
Yeah,
Like
because they are both-
physically, I'm pretty sure Arjun is stronger.
Is this an important factor or decisive factor in chess, like a physical condition? Good
Like
physical condition.
if you mean like stamina, for sure. Like you have to be, physically in shape and not to get like very tired by the end of a game or a tournament. But other than that, I think it's not very important.
Not very important, yeah? All
You
right.
just need to feel healthy and in good shape. And
As a coach, do you recommend your students to do some sports? I don't know, maybe special trainings or jump jogging in the morning.
yeah, sure.
Have you any secrets? with this?
I've mentioned this, but it's one thing to get an advice, and another thing to stick to it and to do it. So it's complicated. Yeah.
And what about you? what?
Okay, I try to walk like every day for 1 hour. Sometimes I can skip a day, but in general, this is what I feel helps me to feel healthy. Maybe not like in top physical shape, but at least, yeah, I feel okay.
So walking is enough, you believe?
For me, yeah.
All right, that's surprising because many chess coaches, they are advising to go to gym. I don't know, to swim, I mean.
Sure, if you can do that, it's even better, especially swimming. But yeah, I like walking, I guess. And I'm lazy to add anything else.
And here in Emirates, it's not easy actually to walk.
Yeah, I
Because,
know. And also, this is how I got used to the heat. I'm still working, like, even if it's like very hot, so still can manage. Yeah.
All right, so let's move to board number 2. Board number 2, we have Nihal, Sarin play with.
Exchange side, yeah.
Yeah, that one. This one is bishop to d2,
Taking it really slow.
rook to f1. So safety first.
And yeah, like, you remember I said that I would be surprised if he doesn't play a5. Now, look, it feels better for white, right? Because f2 is protected.
So then g3, king g2,
Yeah.
maybe f3, who knows?
It
And
gives him more like opportunities to improve his position now, because he kept the rook in like, you can say, passive position, but still it's probably a better choice.
yeah, so let's imagine the position with g3, king g2, f3,
Yeah.
h4, h5, king, rook h1, and try to play on the king side. And black, I think, black played the right move. And if you play g3, you might be not in time to do it. Queen h3, this is one idea, and the other idea is double attack. Double attack.
But what about queen h5? g6 is probably just a draw, yeah? Just take.
Well, I think I'm happy with.
Yeah.
I'm happy with this.
Yeah, I agree.
So intending actually queen b3, and why not after g3 queen h3? Okay, good move of Robson.
Yeah.
And how to improve?
Okay,
So now we start to like blacks again.
Yeah, okay, let's play b4, right?
Or b4, all right. So bishop to a7. I think I should stay on this diagonal.
Take care of one idea, and am I in time to play like h3 and then king h2 and then g3?
Oh, that's a big philosophy.
Right, I mean, if the position can afford it. But also maybe you can double the rooks on the f file and
Am I in time?
cause some problems.
So rook f7, king h2, rook f8,
Oh, you mean f3, yeah? Oh.
f3, and then g3, and then king g2, and then slowly h4.
Same, yeah.
It takes ages, but white is not in a hurry.
Look at the bishop on e4. What a monster.
Yes, cemento.
Yeah.
So, and can I do this one? I don't know. It might be, well, strange a little bit, but from the other hand,
Okay,
I'm
let's
just
take.
trying to activate my rooks. It's something like queen b3. I'm just trying to say that the board is bigger than the king side only, so I just
That's a
should
good
take
point.
care, yeah.
What about a6?
Yeah, I'm just, well, I don't know, takes and just you take, yeah, and say, give me everything. Rook e6 and bishop back, yeah.
Also,
At least.
queen e4 is possible, right?
Queen e4. Oh yeah.
If rook d6 and c4, is c4 possible?
Rook d6 and c4.
Yeah, I'm thinking like queen d3, bishop d5 takes, take, rook d8. How is this endgame?
And we say draw in French.
Huh?
I don't know.
Oh, also, wait. No, it feels okay for black, like because I don't know. There are all ideas like even f2 is hanging and d3 and yeah. Okay, I misplayed it, I think, with white. So. Yeah. Okay. I think black managed to open up the position, and now his pieces are active, which is what you want. So a5 makes sense.
Yeah, so queen e6, this is the current position, and how white can activate. Well, anyway, I want to play g3, I don't know. So where do you go? To b3 or to h3?
Let's try b3, because I'm greedy.
Yeah. And of course my intention was not to play for perpetual, but I know your bishop hangs, but how can I use it? I thought something like bishop c1 first, and in case of, probably you're not forced to, but take on a4. No, I'm not in time, yeah? I was thinking that... Okay, now I can play this.
Okay, G6.
Yes.
Take.
Yes. And saying that I want to play this one.
What about bishop e7?
And I'm not winning anything here, yeah?
No, I think in order to win, you need to have the rook on e1 to have rook e4.
Yeah, but it's not easy.
Yeah, the pawn.
It's not easy to get it.
So, okay,
Well,
d4.
thank you very much for the idea.
What?
And rook e1. Because
Oh.
if you do take, I'll give you check intermediate, then I'll capture on g5, then I bring rook to e4 with tempo.
Okay.
Yeah. Here we are cooperating, of course.
Wait. But I have e4 here.
E4. Are you serious about?
Yeah, because queen d1, queen f3.
Oh. Can I give you check first? Wait.
King,
is,
okay, king g8.
Yeah,
I have
first
to
to go
play.
there, and then I take.
That's a nice comeback. Okay.
Queen b5, rook g4, and I start to feel some...
I'm probably losing for black, yeah, because only check I have is queen a1, and then you play king g2, and he cannot create any threats.
You can take on b2, attacking f2, but I believe I have to move.
It's checkmate. Queen g6.
Oh, it's just checkmate into.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
Just
so
checkmate
the only idea is rook f2, I guess, but it probably doesn't. Or no, it doesn't work.
Yeah, and also your rook hangs there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, very nice.
All right, but this was of course, and he did play g3, by the way. Okay, and rook f6. Rook f6. This one is strange.
Could it be possible that black also tries to play for a win? He didn't want to allow this perpetual at least, or what? It's hard to say.
And it'd be well. No, I don't believe it actually.
What's the point situation? I mean, they have the same number of points?
They have the same number of points, yeah. There
Okay.
are 6 out of 8. And
But okay, rook f6 makes total sense because he wants to double the rooks, right? And now he always has g6 in case of queen h5.
wait. All this philosophy might be.
Oh,
I don't really. And rook takes f2. No, doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
So what's the point? Now rook f7, and maybe my bishop might be misplaced here, yeah. And king g2, let's say.
Rook, okay, then you have f3, yeah.
Double, and now you go after my pawn, yeah.
Queen b3, yeah.
Well, I can send your queen all the way to. Aha! Now I cannot activate my queen. So this is the point, yeah.
But also, I mean, what can black do here? That's a question.
Yeah.
Wait, what about queen
A4, yeah.
a2?
A2. Oh, I missed this one. So still you can
I don't
take the
threaten,
pawn.
yeah, but I can move the bishop, let's say, to a7.
Move the bishop next. And now it's time to create some threats.
Like d4, bishop d3, I have... wait, that's interesting.
Wow. But I think you can give the exchange now.
Yeah, queen b2, yeah, okay.
Bishop c4, queen b2, and
No magic left in chess.
so okay, let's just continue my plan. H4.
Oh, you know what? Wait, can I try something else? Probably that also doesn't work. Like I thought d4, e takes, bishop b1, and then b4, and then bishop a2.
And this.
Bishop b1, and then b4, and then bishop a2. But there are multiple reasons why this doesn't work. One of them is just queen d5, attacking the bishop.
Yeah. And I thought, can I play a move like rook e1? We can take the pawn, and my next is b4, and let's play an endgame. Let's play in the endgame.
Yeah, why not?
Actually, you have this move. And
Or
you change the bishops, or you get the pawn, or you just get the pawn.
Yeah. I still don't understand who's playing for what here in this position.
Well, I believe white, but who knows, yeah?
Yeah.
So rook f6, this is the current position. White is down to 7 minutes, but we know that Nihal Sarin one of the fastest player, at least online.
Alright.
He's top 5
He's just
on
waiting
chess.com.
for his time to reach like 3 minutes, 1 minute.
Yeah,
When he starts playing.
and with no increment, but okay, here we have increment. All right, so and he did play b4, yeah. It's very logical, by the way.
Yeah, why not expand on the queen set a little bit?
Yeah,
So
and just and actually,
is
by the way,
7, yeah.
I'm just asking you, yeah, if you stay there, I
no,
have
for sure, you stay on the diagonal.
All right.
He played
Probably
king
I do
g2,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, I do the same. Just king g2, queen b3 is not an issue anymore. I'll just play a5.
So you're talking about a5 ideas, right? But now the problem, you cannot move the queen because of queen h5, right? So
Okay, rook f8 probably it's a good
yeah,
to force white to play f3,
yeah.
and then
And now a5.
a5. Yeah.
Maybe that's kind of risky because of b5. What do you think? Like c takes, a takes, and then c4.
Take on c4, but I'm.
But also you're not forced to take, right? You can
And
play
I'm-
queen
yeah.
b3 instead of c takes b5. Queen b3.
Queen to b3. Oh yeah.
That's stronger.
Of
I
course.
guess. Also queen a2.
Of course.
Same. So a5 makes sense.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
To ruin the pawns, to open up the position. Yeah.
I don't know c4, but then you got the square d4.
It feels like an achievement for black.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Okay, and he did play rook f8. White is forced to go f3. What else? Nothing else. Maybe bishop e1, but it looks passive.
Yeah.
So f3 and then a5.
So I want to take on b4, which is going to be good because I get the d4 square. If you play b5, probably queen a2 is a problem.
Yeah.
At least it feels like. And okay, one good thing here is after f3, no queen h5 is possible, right? So black is totally safe on the king side. And he can try to find ideas on the queen side.
I have a feeling that black outplayed here a little bit.
Yeah, feels like black is putting pressure here now after a5 if he plays.
All right, probably still nothing wrong with white's position. The position is about, let's say, balanced, yeah.
But it's about who asks questions here.
Yeah, so maybe c4. Okay, I don't really like the move, but let's say taking.
Rook a8, I would play.
Forced to move the rook. Yeah,
And then bishop d4. Right?
and then bishop to d4. There, this is harmony. And what should I do? Attacking the b7 pawn, yeah? Rook b1,
Bishop d4.
bishop d4, and let's say a5.
Yeah.
All the way bishop to e1.
Now can I play b6?
Yeah. I'll probably take this one.
How to take?
And bishop home.
Why not to c3? That's more tricky because you want to take on e5 as well.
And what about bishop d4 back? I'm not blundering. Bishop
Yeah, I
f7.
guess. Okay, I thought a little about taking and then playing f4. But it feels like, okay, there is some compensation,
Yeah, king
but
h8. I mean, king h8, g6. I mean, yeah.
black just needs to be a little careful not to blunder any tactics, and he should be okay.
Right.
Better.
So f3,
F3 played, yeah.
f3 played, and probably a5. Yeah, a5 to.
Yeah, because if you don't play a5, right? I mean, white can start creating some ideas on the king side. Maybe h4, bishop g5, as you said. h5.
Maybe playing a5 first. Yeah,
A5,
just to
yeah.
secure the structure.
So
But also, can black play a move like queen a2, forcing to
A5,
play
yeah.
a5 on? I know c5 here doesn't work. No, c5 was no. Probably this is wrong. All right, so let's move back to board number one. And what is the current position?
king f8, okay. We were talking about bishop f6.
Think wrong. This one, where the king wants to go. And g3. Well,
As I said, heavyweight match.
Yeah. This is where bishop to e8. All right. So if you take, I have queen d8 or bishop f6. Probably black should keep this tension to keep the both options to take or to play h3, depending on the situation. Queen to c8, king d2, all the way to b3.
I like this game. It gives you a feeling of top level chess.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to understand all the moves. But also you can see that White is slowly improving his position. He's bringing the king to the queen side, and Black's problem remains with the passive bishop on e8, right? And pawn weaknesses, c6 and f5. So yeah. And for some reason he didn't play bishop f6, which we thought was critical, like a critical test for White's idea.
Probably they are just better calculator than us.
That's for sure, yeah. There has to be a reason.
Yeah, this is the main reason probably.
Yeah.
Okay, we have some development in the game of Tabata Bey with Sindarov. Because that one start to be super sharp and super crazy. Wow. So what is this? Queen g4, this takes. Knight a6. Okay, more or less logical play. And here rook takes f4, eliminating.
He caught the virus of exchange sacrifice.
Yes. Yeah. Well, but this wasn't nice actually.
Oh, he's trapping the queen. Wow. And knight d5 is possible, yeah? Yeah. Okay.
Wow, that's really brilliant game. That's really brilliant chess today. Queen d6. Can you imagine this one?
If the Arigaisi against Anton game is like heavyweight boxing, this is like fencing,
Queen c7 and c takes d5. Yeah, structure.
Wow.
I care very much about structure.
Very exciting.
Check.
And f5.
Well, this is amazing chess.
Yeah.
What's going on?
G takes bishop f3, and then he wants to attack on the g file.
Bishop d4, but black's saying, well, I'm not really afraid of your threats. I want to counterattack.
Amazing.
Wow.
Who checkmates first?
Wow, that's a really great game. Take king f6. So take everything you want. I know you can take the rook f4.
Yeah. So rook g1, he has knight f2, so that's doesn't do anything.
Well, my first impression, the black wins, but okay, maybe I'm a little bit too optimistic.
Yeah, here you just need to calculate, I guess, yeah,
Alright.
to understand what's
So
going on.
eating.
So, yeah, this makes a lot of sense, and he played queen f4.
Yeah, and queen f4, yeah.
Keeping everything, like, they both combine like defensive and attacking moves, and somehow everything works. I would not be surprised if it ends in some repetition. It would be...
yeah, let's try it actually. Let's try it. Check.
King...
to e7, yeah? Or where do you go?
e7 feels better, yeah.
Because if you go on white square, I can check you from with the bishop, and which it's...
Exactly.
Yeah, so do I have checks? No, I don't have.
Only one from h7, yeah?
And then
I
king
can
d6,
go back.
and then
also can go to d6, yeah.
And then the game is over.
Yeah. So okay, the bishop is hanging. And the pawn on f2, wait. Should White resign? Because how you defend all of this?
Don't ask me. This one is not my game.
Oh, okay. Somehow, I mean, the black king looks so exposed, but you can only give like a couple of checks.
No panic. And play queen h5.
Right. Okay, still you don't have check, so I can take on f2 with... maybe with the knight?
I'm activating my king now.
Yeah, and you want to play like rook e2 maybe, yeah?
Or now I can start checking. No, check. Check on h8. You do the same, yeah?
Okay, what about rook c6?
And rook c6. What do you want?
Probably nothing because the rook is needed to protect the pawn on a6
Yeah,
in all of
yeah.
these lines. So yeah.
I can play rook e2 here, for
Yeah.
instance.
No, it still is very complicated. Yeah.
So queen h5, and now instead of this queen h5, yeah.
Is bishop e5 possible?
That one is unpleasant check. So queen h8, king e7, check, king d6, no more checks. I'm forced to take on e5, but this one you get very, I mean, kind of stability there, yeah.
And the bishop is not very active. I mean, you have to take on e5, right? So there is nothing better, and you have to start with rook e5 because you
Yeah.
cannot give a check. Yeah, and I guess with the knight feels
With
better.
the king, I think.
Oh, with the king.
No, with the king, no, because then check from there. I thought I can hide the king.
That's very nice.
No.
Geometry, like.
No, this is. I thought that I can hide the king, but exactly I'm just under
Yeah.
heavy attack. Yeah, heavy.
Right there.
Yeah, these things. No. Okay, so
I guess knight. Yeah.
and check king e7, check king d6 leads to the same. My bishop hangs. Okay, bishop to g2.
Yeah, that's a good move.
Material is equal, by the way. This is very important. Sometimes.
Can I go back to d3?
Yes. Yes, you do. Yes, you can do
Although you have queen e2 maybe.
this. Oh, this I like.
Yeah.
I like it very much.
So here you have to play queen d4, but it feels like I don't know.
But you know, we are very far from the reality.
Really?
Yes. Bishop h5. Who cares about king?
Wow.
The first is attack and then defense.
Nice. He wants to checkmate. Yeah.
So knight
we
f2,
should
king
check
g2. This is the current position. Oh,
I feel he wants to play knight e4 and.
and then queen h8 and
but
then checkmate there. Wow.
There are no checkmate. Queen takes d4. There is no.
not checkmate. King f1. Wow.
But he has queen g3 check, queen h3, and queen h5. In the end, so knight e4 is possible.
Well, this game is crazy.
Yeah,
this
it
game is like.
could be game of tournament.
Hang on.
Of the tournament.
Can I check first, then king f1? Yeah.
Yeah, king f1. I think is fine for black.
Queen g5.
He
yes.
did play queen g5.
Well, and after king f1, I don't see the continuation of it. I have queen g7.
Okay.
Just I'm ready to play the end game. In case of, okay, I'm not afraid of this one because, well, I don't know if I'm not afraid.
Rook d6.
So
It looks
centralizing.
like those, puzzles where you have two queens and the king is surrounded by the rooks in the middle of the board.
This is really amazing. So queen g1 is coming. I mean, this was checkmating. I mean, black is checkmating.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And if you play this check, if you give me this check,
Queen g7, yeah.
Or-
it's first. Because I want to take on d4.
yeah, not on time. So, and what about this end game?
Well, this I'm not sure because I don't know. I mean, feels like black is safe for sure. Black is better, but how much?
No, I think black is clearly playing for a win here.
Yeah.
I mean, this pawn is lost. I mean, I have these three passers in the center. No.
All right. So bishop
No, that's-
f3.
I mean, this is just big advantage.
Let's try
Rook
something.
b6 or taking this pawn immediately. No, it's
Yeah,
just
okay.
I mean, this
rook-
probably out
No,
of
but
discussion.
now you have 92. So.
Oh, no, that's
Yeah. Okay. Now
that's
it
winning for black.
looks sad. Yeah. It looks
And
sad
king
for black.
f6, and we know how to win this position.
Yeah.
All right, so wow, queen g5, queen g5. Here is white to move. Can he surprise?
King f3.
Why not? Because this
Right.
would be in the style of. And what is the difference? The difference is that in the end game, my king is more active, if we can say this. And check. And queen. And queen here. I don't want to change or first check.
Still king e5, yeah.
Still king e5. I don't have squared g1 for the rook. But you know that I don't want to change the queens. I don't know. Looks crazy.
Oh.
But from the other hand, it's.
You want queen f4, yeah? So
I don't know what I want really.
Queen h6 is there.
I don't really know what I want.
So in general, it feels like black is keeping control, right? With the king on e5. If you can say about control in such position. But yeah.
What, rook e2, rook d1? Oh yeah? Let's centralize pieces. That's we as a coaches, we always can advise this.
Right, rook c6?
I thought bishop f2. No, bishop f2. I just
take. Oh no,
take queen h5, king g2. No, I can take. I think queen f2.
Queen f4 check.
Oh, queen f4 check. This one I missed.
So
rook e4.
Rook e4 takes.
And then king f2.
Then king f2.
Oh yeah. So this one is bad. And what do you want to play? Rook c6.
Rook c6, yeah.
Bringing all the pieces. Yeah, this is the
basic. Yeah. Basic chess.
Queen g3 check. No, this is really amazing. Oh.
King f6.
King f6 and check. So counter check, yeah?
Yeah.
How do we call this? But even this one is not the end. Give me check, and finally I reached my saving.
Okay, I have. Oh no, I thought I have rook h2 and then knight f3, but obviously not.
Yeah.
The knight is pinned.
Pinto.
Also, I have
bishop f2.
Yeah.
Bishop f2, and now we start again.
Oh my god, my head is gonna explode now.
And bishop f6. Oh, this is so much. I just was making some random moves, just right.
I feel like you could analyze this game forever. Like there are so many variations here, and everything is so sharp.
No, this is first of all funny. For us, of course, this is a lot of fun, but for them, probably not. So queen g5.
Look at the time. Sendarov has only 1 minute, and Tavatabey has 13.
But you know that this one is kind of illusion of big time advantage.
Really?
Yes, because the player with lower time actually is more concentrated, I believe. So I remember myself playing with on 30 seconds, like you can play half of the game and make, let's say, I mean, just not bad quality of the moves. I mean.
Okay. Would you prefer having 1 minute here or 13?
Okay, that's I'll say philosophical question. Although this is very concrete, but okay, of course.
So he's now thinking about whether king f1 or king f3 makes sense. So, just an interesting question, yeah. Yeah, feels like black is better, but time could be a factor, I think.
Yeah, this is probably most amazing game of the tournament. It's just
very exciting.
Wow.
Like every game there is some sudden turn, you know, like in a movie where
Yeah. And keep everybody in tension, including us. Okay, so back to we have a draw. They agreed to a draw after
he didn't
move
even
f3.
play a5. So maybe Nihal saw a5 and he wasn't like liking it very much.
And he was shorter on time.
Yeah.
So it's a practical decision. It's a practical decision. Draw. So we have both players with 6.5 out of 9. A decent result, but not.
So basically, the opening idea of Nihal with rook e6 was kind of neutralized by counter-sacrifice with d3 by Robson.
Yes, at least from a human point of view, of course. Yeah. I mean, the computer will just laugh.
I don't know, were there any games with rook e6, so it's hard to say.
So let's move to board number 1, because here's some development. No, they're just, white is improving slowly.
Yeah, he's done. Okay, but now he goes... Wow, he's
all
just taking his time.
Yeah. Rook is
basically, he brought the king to a3, right? So he's supporting the pawn, but what next? That's the question.
So I need this knight to b3. Then I'm protecting the pawn on d4, and I can play a5.
Okay, after a5, what to do?
Well,
It's
this
also
is
a question.
small step, small step to the bright future. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't ask me. So ask China. Yeah, this is famous Trump's quote.
Okay.
Ask China.
Yeah.
It was about pandemic.
Right. So,
Yeah.
So black is just waiting, right? Because black doesn't have active ideas.
So queen d2 and rook a7 back. Yeah.
And also black is keeping pressure on, on the king side, because he's never afraid of g takes h4, I guess, yeah? So he wants to keep both h3 and h takes g3 as an option. Interesting.
Yeah, Anton Guijarro is playing on seconds.
Oh, again.
Yeah, 49 seconds against 14 minutes, so it's a big time advantage.
But is there a time increment after 40 moves?
No.
No, okay.
No, here we have 90 minutes for the game plus 30 seconds, so it's
Oh.
classical rapid or rapid classical. I don't know how to call this time control. Okay, once it was probably the only official here, something like 20 years ago.
Uh-huh.
I mean, yeah, but now is one of many. So I think we can leave this game because
it looks, practically speaking, that Erigeis is making some progress on the board, and also most importantly on the clock. So the position is still complicated, so he has good chances to win the game. What happens, we will see.
Yeah, and let's move to board number 3.
Yeah.
Here we also have some thrilling, and I have the feeling that
Okay, Jordan is concentrating a lot of pieces on the king side, but Aryan is defending well, I think. He set up like the
so c3
the
saying
defense. Normal. Yeah.
saying you have nothing here, yeah?
No tactics, yeah.
Queen f7 and if bishop d5 something is gonna happen. Just
Oh, but this, wait.
knight f4.
Knight f4, bishop f7, yeah.
Knight
Oh, no.
e2. What we are missing?
Black is, yeah, okay. Knight f4,
Right, bishop f7.
knight e2.
Oh, this one is brilliant. This one is brilliant.
Yes.
This one is brilliant. So of course we are missing. So rook to g3. Now the intention.
He has to be
is-
careful, yeah.
And here might be end in a no, up in a repetition. No. 92. So Aryan Chopra is playing for win.
That's strange.
92.
It feels like it's kind of more risky for white because.
Yeah. And look at the clock.
And where is the knight going exactly? Like
And
from d2?
no, but look like with
Oh.
32 seconds against 12 minutes, he's playing for a win. So this
Not
is
necessarily. I mean, he probably thought that for sure one forest will not repeat because of the time situation. So he thought, I mean, he didn't really hope for a repetition. So
All
could
right.
be, yeah.
so rook e8, queen f3, and this is the current position.
So,
Well, what is going on? So h3 is not a threat because always knight h2, knight f2 sorry works, and at least black is not losing a piece.
but I can play like king h2, yeah, for some
Hang
exchanges.
on, but rook e3, queen e3, and rook takes g6. Okay. My feeling that black should be winning here, not better, but winning.
Yeah.
Some tactics should work. I mean,
In time trouble, this ends usually with a blunder because it's hard to keep track of all the threats
yeah, true.
that black has.
And he played just a move like queen f6. Well, keeping everything.
Yeah, he hints at queen h4 at some point, maybe not immediately because of rook h3.
Bishop h3.
Yeah, he wants to take the knight. Would be nice for white to exchange some pieces. It's easier to defend, but probably black has h5 maybe. I don't know.
What about rook e3? If I
Rook
want to be
e3
more
also,
direct.
yeah, queen g2.
And some tactics should work, or maybe not. Maybe I'm just. No, probably not. Probably not. Knight d3. I don't know. Just put pieces randomly. Some just closer to the king, and then we decide.
Okay, take on g4
with the bishop.
Yeah, bishop takes.
I'll want to take it back. And then I just take on g4, yeah?
Yeah, or even on a e3. I don't know.
I will take on e3.
But probably just rook g4, yeah. Takes and queen g4. I got a pawn, so why not?
What is the
Yeah,
compensation?
this is okay.
What is the compensation? No.
So bishop h3 makes sense. And he really wants to take the knight, and black needs to find some tactics, or maybe just play h5 after bishop h3.
So
Yeah.
instead of rook e3, just h5.
If you take, I improve my structure.
Oh yeah, that's a positional move. It's a good positional move. Saying okay,
Yeah.
I can even play rook e7, then from g.
No,
Okay.
just keeping the tension and
So back to Tabata base in the rough.
So again, like in a lot of these games, the time could be the kind of decisive factor, right? So
And they did enter to this endgame. White played rook c1.
Okay.
Yeah, and if black takes, at least I can activate the rook, yeah?
Still, there is a very nice safe spot on e5 always for the king,
Yeah?
and it's gonna be hard, I guess, to push the h pawn.
Okay, let's eat the pawn. Because
Yeah.
it is,
So rook
it is
c7, I
healthy.
imagine.
Yeah, it's just healthy.
King f6. So now white needs to find an idea. Like, yeah, sometimes in these endgames you need to find a target, like the pawn on e6, and attack it with everything. So rook g1, rook g6, and maybe try and... Oh, rook g1? Oh no, I cannot play bishop e7. Something like rook g1 and then bishop e8, rook g6, and then,
But I'm so safe here. Yeah, you need to switch the...
you need to find an idea for white, right? Something active, and...
So just playing h4, you believe this one is too
okay,
slow,
h4,
yeah?
h4.
I was just thinking, okay, I mean...
Let's say rook b6.
And I need to improve my bishop, yeah? Rook bishop e8, let's say.
Yeah, so bishop... so you want like h5, yeah? Okay, let's try bishop d4.
Well, do I need this check or maybe not?
If h5, I want rook b2.
Now first I'll give you check.
King e5.
So now at least your knight is pinned.
Now you cannot... you can actually play h5, but rook b2, yeah? I want
B2,
to
rook
checkmate.
e2.
Uh-huh.
Knight g5. No, knight g5 is
spin,
spin.
yeah. Rook b1 I have to...
Always forgetting. Always
Yeah.
forgetting it. Okay. I'm very close
Okay,
to my dream.
yeah, that's true.
I'm very close to my dream.
But it feels like it's questionable tactically. Wait, rook g1, you have rook g2, right?
Rook g1, I have rook g2, I have rook g7, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. And if rook h1, h7,
Rook h3, king g2, rook h2, rook g3, king h2,
yeah, that's
bishop g1, king h1. You're not gonna mate me with the knight.
that's losing for black. Yeah.
Yeah, with the. I mean, you need to
That's
unpin.
not
You need to
as bad.
unpin. You need to unpin the knight.
Okay, king d6. Thanks for the tip.
You need to unpin the knight. So
And
do I
now I
need
know
this
what
check?
to do.
Probably I do, because otherwise check.
King
Maybe
c5.
King c5. I can give you perpetual. I mean, no, king b6, no perpetual, but okay.
No, but you can, but because you have rook c6 and takes on e6.
Oh yeah, I missed this one.
Yeah.
But maybe on rook c7 you go king b4.
Rook b7. Take
Oh
on
yeah,
b1.
rook b1. Yeah, of course. So then I have check.
So I don't like this for black. I definitely misplayed it. So your plan was pushing the h pawn. Makes sense. Yeah. Just, it's a passer, right?
All right, let's see the game. Actually, everything happened. And rook e8 here, yeah? No rook b6, but rook e8. Actually, this makes sense because it's just
No, he said,
disturbing, yeah, a little bit there. The bishop.
oh, he created a threat of rook c6. I didn't see this, yeah. He wanted rook c6. Like,
Yeah, this is also rook e8, bishop d7, rook h8. This is the way how to fight against passers. Check, And this will end in a
So
draw.
like at least we found all the ideas like in the position. So white can attack the target on e6 and white can push the h pawn, and so
Yeah, but king g2 on this one is draw, because my next is rook e6. Well, black still keeps some chances.
b5.
Bishop e5. This one I simply missed.
Still
I
keeping
just
the
simply
ball
missed this
in the
one.
game.
Rook
a6.
Yeah, very good.
Rook h3, you can take on e6, unfortunately.
Yes, good point.
So I cannot do that. So you want to take on a5? You cannot take on a5 because bishop c3. So I can improve my position. Let's
Rook
say
h4, yeah?
Yeah, rook h4.
Rook h4.
I'm not sure what I want, to be honest. Like maybe rook b4 and rook b2. Yeah.
I'll have rook
actually,
e2.
Then maybe I should push like f4, some ideas. But yeah, it feels like now white, is attacking this e6 pawn, and it's not easy for black to proceed. So
Hang on, could I play this f4 immediately? Why do I care about the pawn?
Yeah, you can.
Check, taking the pawn on h3, and that's it basically. Why should I?
Okay, what about rook f1?
So you want to defend passively here. Zal, switch side?
Now h4 is possible now?
Well, everything is possible, and then it's good.
Yeah.
I miss this one. I cannot go immediately. And now I can activate my bishop. To where? Well, first, maybe I can.
Okay, that is interesting.
Yeah, this feels right. This feels right because rook a7, king d6.
Rook e1, you have what?
f3.
King f1.
And then king f6 back. I tricked you.
Oh, that's pretty smart. Yeah.
And yeah.
Oh, okay. The game is still on.
Yeah.
And black is still playing.
Alright, so
a win.
what do we have? Yeah, we have,
Exciting.
this is the position, and let's go back to, what do we have interesting? This one.
Yeah, h5 was played.
Yes.
Takes 6, queen d5.
Rook h7 and rook e2. Wow.
Okay, rook g2.
Rook g2. What else? And then no, probably nothing immediately. So you
Yeah.
take back with the queen, yeah?
Yeah, because king, I guess,
Queen
I don't like
h4,
queen h4
yeah.
ideas. Yeah.
So takes, you take with the queen.
But does black need to take? I'm not sure, because, why not keep the extra piece for the attack?
So rook e3, yeah, I think.
Rook e3, yeah, but then I guess he got back, right? We
Yes.
had this position, or was it somewhere else?
No, it was different because.
Oh, okay.
No, because rook g3. Can
Still.
I play queen h4?
Queen d4,
King? Queen d5, king g7, queen d4,
Yeah, you can.
king f7, queen d5. This was
Yeah.
a little bit of fun, but okay. Wait, this is the current position. And
Okay. Also notice, after rook e3, knight c4, rook d3, the queen is trapped in the middle of the board.
wow, that's really nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
So I guess, and queen d4 I don't want to play because you can take and play rook d3, right?
Yeah,
This is
one.
very ugly. So I guess rook g3 is kind of forced, and then you have queen h4. Okay, I can defend passively like queen g2, right? So I don't lose instantly at least after queen h4.
After queen h4, yeah, queen g2 and keeping everything.
Also, even rook f2, yeah? I mean, idea rook e1, knight f1. Oh no, wait, I'm blind.
Yeah.
Rook g3.
Hangs a little bit of pieces, but queen g2, nothing wrong with.
Yeah.
Probably nothing wrong with queen g2. And now probably black can just move the rook.
Rook h e7 is also possible.
What about this move with rook
This is
h6?
possible.
The knight is passive.
No,
The other pieces.
it remains a tough position for white, and the time is running out, as you can see. And Yeah, I would not be. I would not like to be in the white's seat here.
We didn't check for a very long time the position of board number 5, but I believe this was.
Oh, we didn't miss much.
Yes, exactly, exactly. So yeah. This one. So back to the top board. If let's see.
I think Yakuboyev is just waiting for the time trouble to start something like.
So small achievement for white. Black took on g3, and now white is maneuvering. The knight is going there, and now he's trying to play with the h file. This is like classical example. Yeah, playing on both sides.
He's given up a pawn. Yeah.
Now d4 hangs. I mean the g4 and queen h3.
2 pawns under attack, and the king doesn't feel as safe now on a3 as it was, I guess.
Queen defending.
Queen d3.
And queen to g2.
So white has an extra pawn. It's a passer, but he cannot push it. In fact, he has to be careful on the queen side because the king is there. It's kind of exposed.
Something like rook b3, defending everything.
Pretty solid move. Could be unpleasant in a time trouble.
With the idea, you know what is my idea? Just to play knight a2, knight b4, I thought, but knight a2, you can just play something like rook a4, queen a2, but
like if you play knight a2, I would just take on a4.
Yeah, this is
in a blitz game.
Yeah, in a blitz game, but well. So it is clear that white is winning. Maybe not so easy, but to me this one is clear that.
If I was playing white, it would not be clear to me.
Rook e1.
Because it feels still you need to do a good job to control the.
Yeah, but this is in terms of a blitz game.
What about rook b7? What does he want?
Rook e2, I guess.
Queen goes to first rank, like.
f1.
g1, I guess.
g1.
To keep g3 and d4 attack.
So rook e1, I don't really understand the point. What's the idea of this? I mean,
he's allowing rook b7, yeah.
But this is not the only thing he is allowing. What about queen f2?
Wow. Wait.
I don't really understand. You go back to d1. Strange.
We need to decipher this idea. It's kind of.
So let's say first
mysterious.
I'll just put the rook in a passive position, and then I'll activate my rook. You are kind of queen d2 you cannot because pawn hangs. You play rook d1, and then I have
at the very least there is a repetition, right? Rook d1, rook queen
You're
f2.
right. I thought it's like but rook e1 is very strange.
No.
And he did play queen f2. Queen e1.
Yeah, rook e1 is strange, but maybe the whole position is like, kind of. White has too big of a perimeter, to defend. So he has weakness on g3, he has weakness on d4, and the king is kind of exposed. So the b file he needs to watch out for. So there are 3 things, right? And black is really safe. So it's amazing how well Anton kept his nerves under control, and he, played this position, which was pretty tough. And,
what about the move rook e3? I'm trying to defend everything in this way.
And queen e2, yeah, you want. That's pretty smart. Like rook b7, queen e2, attacking the queen and the pawn on g4.
And if you take with the knight and defend everything,
and you cannot sacrifice the pawn on g4 because you king f8, I play queen c8 and take the rook. Wow. So I guess rook b7 is a mistake, yeah?
Yeah, because of queen e2.
If Erigaisi played rook e1 with this idea, to play rook e3 and then queen e2, that's really great. Really top level.
But okay, the game is not over. I can play just a move
for sure.
Queen. And he did play rook e3. I mean, yeah.
I'm impressed.
Yeah. Okay, queen g1.
Very logical, actually.
I'm just trying to anticipate your.
To give some checks, right?
Yeah,
queen
just to
a1,
anticipate
rook
your
b7, and checkmate on b2.
Okay, and I cannot play queen e2. Actually, you can, but well, this one is not.
No, but then I can, I think, to take on d4 because there is no. I mean, queen c8 and back you have repetition, but not more.
Yeah, exactly. So queen g1, and what do you do? What do you do now?
Okay, knight d1. It's an ugly move, I think. Like, I don't like it.
Knight to d1. Ugly but solid.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be hard to improve after that.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's an option, yeah. I would keep this in mind and look for something else. What else? He's still not played queen g1? Or maybe there is a delay.
Time is out, but I don't believe it's
There is
rook
a
e3.
delay for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, exciting game, like not as sharp as what
Tabatabai with
yeah,
Sindarov.
yeah, but also very, very exciting.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna check if we have moves. If we have moves from the game. And he did play everything that you said. Queen g1, knight d1. This is the current position.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like this position is balanced, right? So extra pawn, but so many weaknesses, it's hard to improve. I would be even worried with white here if I played this position, because you have to.
But wait, my next move is queen to e2, and you'll take my pawn on d4. I'll give you queen g4 check, then move my rook, and you have a couple of checks, and then I'll checkmate you first.
How? Wait, queen e2, bishop d4?
Let's imagine white to move.
Yeah.
Queen e2, bishop takes d4, queen g4, king f8. How do I start? No, I don't give you check. So queen e2, bishop takes d4, rook e8 immediately.
But then I have queen g3 check.
Oh yeah.
You have to take on g4 and then king f8. And still, if you move the queen to c8, let's say, and then king g7, rook e8, I have queen g3.
And black played here rook a8. Actually, I love the idea.
That's smart. Yeah. Now there are no checks on the 8th
white
rank.
played queen d2. And this is the current situation. This is the current position.
So he cannot drop the queen anyhow. He cannot move the knight
He
because
played
of the
queen
check.
f1. Queen f1. Okay, now the queen.
I guess rook d3, yeah, would be in the spirit of his previous play.
Rook e8. And knight e3. Knight e3. No, then I have check from there. Yeah. So I was thinking, can black play for something more than?
Yeah, I mean, it would be amazing if we see a turnaround in this game.
Well, wait. Just I think this is not the case. Check queen a2. I'm under control.
Oh really? Okay, wait.
Maybe not.
In such wild positions, you even need to check like rook e3 always, but okay, not in this position, I guess.
Queen c1, queen b2. And this is the moment. And then check rook c3.
Doesn't work now.
Check a5, king 7. Yeah, I'm not in time. Yeah, I was.
But I think, like, wait, just for the sake of experiment, rook e3, queen e1, rook d3. What do you do? No, I mean instead of check. Yeah, takes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, queen a1 and take the rook. How is this endgame?
Okay, with
Okay,
such an active
rook
king.
d4,
With such an active king.
Rook d4 and.
Well, I just blundered. No, I didn't.
It's okay.
Okay, it was just accidentally.
Yeah.
Rook f4, you can.
I can do, but I prefer rook d3 to be honest.
And queen a2, and just
then I can
easy
take
win.
on g3, yeah. And
King c6, king b6.
Yeah.
I have, and meanwhile we have a result on board 4.
Okay.
Sindarov
Sindarov
won the game, but how did he manage? How did he manage to win?
And he had less time on the clock.
And hang on, what happened? Just white blundered the piece?
Okay, he played your idea with f4, right?
And here he took, everything, and here white took on e6.
So in the opponent's time trouble, he blundered, which happens, you know?
What was the point? this and back?
He didn't see king f6, I guess.
Ah,
He was under impression that he gets the piece back.
and then...
But also it's kind of strange because also black had rook h5 instead of king f6.
Oh, yeah.
But
What is this?
again,
Maybe
I
out
mean,
of desperado? I mean,
what could he do? Yeah,
Rook a7,
yeah, rook a7.
bishop b5. Well,
Well,
f3,
maybe
I'll
f3,
take. This one probably is just lost.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, amazing game, and
Fantastic game by Sidorov, and
he won. He deserved to win. He deserved to win. He's with
Yeah.
7 points. He finished with 7 points.
I'm pretty sure like soon we'll see a lot of videos on YouTube analyzing this game.
Yeah,
like, as
for
a
sure.
brilliance.
What do we have here? And this game, wow, some strange. Knight is activating through the square e1, in rook e4, check.
Wait, did he miss it? Oh wow, knight f3.
What is this? Just ignoring. Rook takes queen f5, exchange, takes, rook e2, rook g2, rook e1, knight g3. White is in full control.
Isn't white enough? Okay,
Wow.
no, there is no 6-1. You can just play rook gf2. Wow. Again, another example how the player in a time trouble would play very well, would defend like very well. So it feels like a miss from
Yeah.
Van Forest because he had a very promising position.
And now he is pawn down. Probably enough compensation, but just for a draw.
Yeah.
Just for a draw. All right.
Not more
So back to board number. No, we have.
Yes,
Jacobo, yeah,
exactly,
yeah.
exactly as you said. Like when you're in time trouble, you're more focused, right? And
yeah,
it helps
this,
you. So.
Yeah, exactly. This I know from my experience.
Yeah.
So this is just an illusion that you have that you have more time. You can
Right.
take your time and think. So what do we have here? Knight d1, queen a8, queen d2, queen f1, queen d3, queen h1. So just black is going out of repetition.
Yeah.
Adam, do you understand?
I understand.
What is the name of this game?
No, but he felt that Erigesi is nervous here, and he's not sure that. He's liking the position. I
Queen
think.
one.
And also, like, it makes sense from a tournament perspective,
Exactly,
right? To
exactly.
fight for a win, and he
Yeah.
feels like the position allows him. I mean, also, what can White do with the passive knight on d1? He cannot use his main advantage, which is
Wow.
extra passer.
Anyway, I'm impressed you play this position for a win. With less time, with on 30 seconds, he's already for a long time on 30 seconds.
Okay, black is more active. There are weaknesses on d4, g3, and black king is kind of always safe. The only problem could be if white is able to play knight e3 and take on g4, but it never happens because of queen a1.
So queen c3 and
No,
queen
wait.
and queen e7.
That is strange.
That's a nervous move, I would say. But
I feel like he should have kept the queen on the first rank.
from the other hand, knight e3 is a threat. Knight e3 is a huge threat.
Wait, okay, then why not
With the
rook e8 or a5? He wasn't sure of a5, but then okay.
rook back and then maybe bishop d8.
Yeah.
But knight e3 and knight takes g4 or knight f5 check is a huge improvement for white.
For sure. So he played queen e7, yeah? What about still about knight e3? Is it possible? Queen a7, yeah? Or I think he wants queen a7 and then queen b something, rook b8.
But nothing works here. Just nothing works.
For black?
Yeah. Okay, queen c2. And next
So you
knight
want
takes
to
g4 as
take
well.
the pawn, yeah.
No, he lost
The battle of nerves in a time trouble. But okay, let's try to defend passively with queen d7. Queen d1, sorry. Yeah. Sad life.
queen f5. I can try. And it happened actually. Knight e3.
Yeah, I still think, wait, let's try to... Yeah. No, I feel like it was a mistake, removing the queen from the first rank,
course.
but he was afraid of knight e3, so maybe he should have played like rook e8 to prevent knight e3. And he probably was afraid of a5, but I feel like a5 is not such a big deal because you can never push a6, I think.
Meanwhile, we have some more results. On board 12, Sarin defeated Chanda Sandipan.
Good job.
Yeah,
Congrats.
but he finished with 6 points only. Probably not sharing the prize, not taking any. And what do we have now? We have the position Queen c2 and Black played the move Queen a5. Black is inventive, but I don't really see the idea.
Can I take the pawn?
It's a very logical question. I don't know.
You'll have to move the bishop, I think. Oh, wait.
That's over.
He wants rook b8. Some compensation. I mean, I'm not saying it's a checkmate.
I don't really understand.
Oh, it is. Wait, I can play like queen b4 and rook 8. Is it possible here?
Check. Face on back.
Queen h7.
Queen b.
Check. H7 wins.
Checkmate. Shachmat.
Feels like winning, but
Of
I'm not
course.
completely sure.
Of course, winning.
King of 8.
It's super winning. It's checkmate.
Okay.
Checkmate.
Check on e5, check on e2, and yeah.
It just should be checkmate. I mean,
I
it's
believe.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So it doesn't work. I have to take the knight on f6. Does white have anything there?
So here.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting.
Rook
This is
d3.
it. Rook d3, rook a8. Rook a3, queen d4, but okay.
Oh yeah, you take the pawn.
But this one is like a small price for takes a5. I mean, still is probably not over. Not over, but this one is no.
Yeah, complicated. But you kind of threatened queen b2, no? After a5, I think.
Let's see what is the current situation, because this is very important, and he did play it, yeah.
Yeah,
And here is
he can
black
take
to move.
immediately, not given a check first.
So yeah, by the way, why do you need a check? And he did it. He did take with the king on f6.
Because he keeps an option of rook b4 as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's much stronger.
Yeah.
That's much strong. And if I play the same, like rook d3, I say, okay, I just
No,
want to
rook
transpose.
b4. No, rook b4.
And what is your idea?
Yeah, how you
Rook c4,
pin
queen
all the
d3. All right, I'm just saying that.
g4 possible, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that I don't see your threats.
Okay, let's try rook c4,
Queen b3,
queen e1.
and again, yeah, it's very annoying.
Trying to make some traffic, you know.
Check is there, queen d1.
Queen b4.
Oh, but so this is just a check. No
but
panic.
I can.
We say no panic.
I can take and play rook
and
c4.
rook
yeah.
c4, and this one, yeah, white can't improve this
Yeah.
one. Yeah, this is draw. This is draw. This is draw.
I think there are some moves. Oh wait, or not?
Yeah.
Took on f6.
Rook
So
f6,
this is the pressure.
and here white played the move rook h2. Ooh.
He also wants to checkmate. Why not?
So no easy.
So I'm guessing queen b4 and rook a8 doesn't work. Otherwise he wouldn't do this.
Wow, that's crazy.
And it does really not work because rook h6, king e7, queen e2, and king d7, rook d6, and then it's obvious that it's
And-
yeah.
But still, I have the feeling that okay. So if check
Yeah.
base, and if I take the pawn.
That's another question.
No, then
Check.
then probably I'm losing, because check I wanted king g7, but
Oh, yeah.
queen h7.
That
And
queen h7, queen h8, yeah. King e7 still, queen e2 check, king f8,
so check,
king e7.
king e7, check, and king f8.
King f8,
And queen controls.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, can I just eat the pawn? Oh no, not here, of course, but here,
Yeah.
here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what about rook a8? You just play king e3 or?
Or maybe something like a move like a typical for blitz, yeah? King f8, going out from checks.
Oh, that's tricky.
And it remains everything under control.
Because when you attack something, it's easier for your opponent to find a move.
Exactly.
Right?
So king f8. Okay, maybe queen rook b6 is just, killing. No, the idea is rook a8 and king a3.
Queen a1 check.
I missed this. King
Still
b4.
king b4 is possible. Yeah, it's unclear. I guess. Probably white is trying to make something.
Of course. And everything happened.
But instead of king f8, I think rook a8 is stronger.
Rook a8 is just stronger, yeah?
No, before you... Yeah, here, actually, in this
Yeah? Saying that why should I lose?
Oh, but you have like queen e2 check and rook a6 just in case. If you want
And
something
I'll
safe.
play it immediately.
No, you can't because rook e6.
Yeah.
So queen e2 has to be played and
Point.
king f8 and rook a6.
Not good to be super fancy. And rook e8.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
No,
it's yeah.
it's bad. Yeah.
I mean, black is checkmating here. So this is the current position, and we have it with rook b4. What's going on? This looks very risky.
What? Queen e2 check. Queen e2 check. Did he miss this?
King d8. Rook
d6?
d6, and that's checkmate. Wait.
Because king f8, rook c8, and then queen g4. That's really bad.
That's just
And
checkmate.
king d8 is losing.
It's just checkmate, forced
So
checkmate.
wait, is he forced to play queen e4, but then just take?
Yeah. Yeah,
Wait,
he missed
so
this one.
is rook b4 as a mistake? He should have played, I guess, rook a8, yeah?
Oh, king f8 at least.
Yeah. What
This
was
king
the
f8?
problem? What was the problem with rook a8? Probably nothing. Probably the best. So rook b4, it feels like a blunder, yeah? Once again, queen e2 check, king d8 or king d7, rook d6. That's completely
Oh,
losing.
sorry, the current position, yeah?
Yeah. So queen e2 check, yeah? Queen d8 or king d7, force checkmate. King f8, rook c8, king g7, queen g4. I assume it's losing.
It's just checkmate, nothing to... Yeah, it happened in the blunder, it just... The game ends in a blunder.
Yeah, okay, wait, king f6, just to check. Yeah, queen g5, rook e8. Yeah, that's a checkmate. Queen e7, queen e6. So he has to play queen e4, and it feels like a bad endgame, but let's check again. Queen e4 is the only move here.
Okay, taking?
Takes, yes, and he wants to take with the e-pawn.
Yeah, actually this one is dangerous, but... Okay, king a3, at least we have e3.
Oh, that's very nice.
And catch me if you can, yeah?
If he calculated this and based on this, he played rook b4.
No, I don't believe. I really don't believe it.
Wow.
I don't believe. But still, white is a pawn up here, yeah? I mean, if I'm losing a4, I'm still a pawn up. Can I play such a move?
Yeah, rook a4.
And activate my kingo?
Rook a1.
Yeah, if we just trade these pawns, we have this theoretical draw position.
Feels like normal rook endgame, you know?
No, I'm actually active with the
Okay.
with white pieces. I'm quite active.
Okay, rook d1 is one idea.
To cut off the king, yeah? And rook d1, and I'll play rook to b3, maybe just rook c3, c6, otherwise advance that.
f5? Can I play f5?
f5, yeah. Fixage, yeah? Fixing this thing, yeah. Yeah, probably black should hold this one.
Not the worst rook endgame, yeah.
Yeah. So what do we have? What is the situation?
Still feels like rook b8, rook b4 was unnecessary. I don't see the problem with rook a8, but it could be something I missed. Now he plays rook a6.
This is exactly the blunder that you pointed out, huh? The rook a6. No, I thought it's
it
just
was different variation, but here I think he saw that rook endgame some chances, but he's making a practical decision. Like he plays on the opponent's time travel, I think. Because after rook a6 it's harder
King
to
f8.
find.
I'll just play without thinking. King f8.
c6.
Rook
I guess.
c4.
I guess queen e. Oh, queen e2. You can check the pawn. Oh, good point. Yeah.
I don't know. King f8. This is like the also in time trouble. Yeah, you just move your king away, and he did it. Wow.
Fantastic.
It's playing on seconds. I don't know how good is this one, but yeah, this is a clear practical chance.
Oh, to have this game as a decisive game for the tournament is we are
Playing with our nerves.
we're blessed with this spectacle by Rigaisa and Anton.
Wait 1 second. So check, and my point is on king g7. I have queen b2.
Rook c3 still going on.
Really? Oh yes.
I think so.
Oh yes. Even this one is
I
not
have
over.
lots of checks. Queen c4
Perpetual at least.
feels like
At least perpetual. You probably can't checkmate with the queen with the rook.
Also, I just want to take the pawn, right? Queen c4 and take.
And queen c7. Yeah, and saying okay.
Yeah, and then d4.
And actually, everything happened. So we are guessing
My
moves.
God.
We are just guessing moves. So c6, rook c4. This is the current situation. And queen b2 immediately,
Okay.
which is of course much stronger because the king is.
Now he can force at least the queen's exchange, like queen b8 and the queen e5 if necessary. And he may have to, because what do you do after rook c3 if not this?
So rook takes
but-
a4.
Yeah, but black and then take and queen a3 check.
Oh.
Wow.
This is really
Sweet.
nice point. This is really nice point, and this is the pawn and game is lost.
I assume so. King b4, king b6, king b5, d4, and this. Wait, after d4 I have king b6.
Oh yeah, that's nice. So we are queening in the same time, but check, and losing the queen. And actually, everything happened in this game. This is the position. This is the position happening.
What?
Everything is on the board.
Does he have king c7? Oh, instead of d4 there is king c7 as well. I think this is forced. Yeah, king d6, king b5 is forced, and now king c7 is the only move.
But this one is lost. Is it?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I have to calculate. So king c5,
But it's not
d4.
about calculation. It's just.
Oh yeah. Okay, you put the king on f6 for sure.
Yeah, it's this one is winning.
Wait, but then why did he take on a4? He missed what exactly?
He missed queen a3 check. I mean, I believe this is.
Queen a3. Or maybe he in the pawn game he missed something like king b6.
Yeah,
Wait,
but nothing to miss
this
there.
is.
I'm not even forced to go king b6. I believe.
No,
It's
but okay.
just short on time. It's just
if
typical.
you go like after d4. Yeah, after d4, if you don't play king b6.
Yeah.
That's the question. Like, is d4 a draw? Like king c4, is this a draw? Takes, king d6.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably
okay,
not.
Okay.
Okay, f6.
Yeah, f6. Why not f6?
Oh yeah, f6. This one. Yeah, this one is tricky, by the way. This one is tricky. Might be not winning, yeah.
King c4, king c6, yeah.
Yeah. No, this one is draw. And f5, king d6. Yeah, this one is draw. I mean.
Wait. Here. Yeah.
This one is draw. So maybe g4 he is wrong. So take.
So maybe he actually went for this pawn game. He was in time to calculate this, but he didn't see after d4 king b6.
But what about king d6? This one. Or this one is.
Feels like king d6 I have to play, but
king
I'm not sure.
d6 and then next is f6. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one is draw. This one is draw too. All right. So wow, such a miss, yeah. But okay. From the other hand, it's hard. I mean, you are playing more than 20 moves on with 30 seconds. I mean,
exactly against Rigaisa, who's always putting some problems.
Yeah.
And he did an amazing job defending, and he got a very nice position, I think, with when he had the queen on g1. But then Rigaisa found another idea, like of bringing the knight to e3, like final regroupment, and which was.
So probably around here he could.
Yeah.
He could stop it maybe, bro.
With rook e8, I feel, but okay, I mean, I could miss something. Maybe I'm totally wrong about it. Anyway, like even later he had like very nice counterplay, right?
Yeah, around here.
Overall, it's a fantastic game. It's just that he blundered, I feel, at the...
Yeah, this rook b4 probably wasn't very precise, but okay, let's say.
Yeah.
And after this, probably king f8. I don't know if maybe king f8 is first step in the wrong direction. Maybe something like queen e3. Maybe queen e3.
Queen e3? Complicated. Could
Yeah,
be.
it is complicated.
c6, rook c4, yeah? What? Or rook d4? No, I don't know.
Yeah, c6. Immediately c6.
Queen e3 you said.
Yeah, queen e3.
C6?
I'm just trying c6 and rook c4. And now I'm on full control, I believe.
Queen b2, yeah. Okay, yeah.
In b2 now you have this check, very unpleasant check, yeah.
And queen e5 as well, if necessary as well.
But at
Maybe
least
I can play d4, right? And
Yeah.
if you exchange, I'm good.
yeah, my pawn is also fast.
Mm-hmm.
Just closing the diagonal. Well, it's complicated. So anyway, Erigaisi Arjun won the game, and he's the winner of the tournament with an impressive score with 7.5. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
He will be alone. So the next player is with 6.5. So it's by a big margin. He won the tournament. Congratulations.
Congrats to the new superstar.
Yeah.
Amazing. But yeah, it feels like, what was the blunder? Taken on a4, right?
Yeah, probably the final blunder. Yeah.
Let's show once again. Here.
No, it wasn't
It
like
was-
this. How it was exactly?
Yeah.
Wait, just a second.
This is c6. This is good. This is okay. Yeah, here I think he had to play rook c3, right?
Yeah, rook c3. I mean, with queen c4 idea. I mean, c7 and queen c4.
Oh wait. Queen b8 check. King g7. Queen e5. Takes. And now I guess d4. Yeah.
King b2
And rook c5. I
and
think.
rook c5. Yeah.
Should be drawish. Yeah. Should be
In spite
drawish, I
of
think.
2 pawns down.
So I'm getting one of the pawns back for sure.
Okay, rook b6. d3.
Yeah, this.
I'll
Yeah.
play this one.
Mhm.
Maybe not that easy.
Oh, you actually have 2 pawns.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, this is
I
the-
thought this was one.
This is the problem. This is the problem.
Then it might be losing actually. So, wait. So the position after queen b2 when he played rook a4. 65, move 65. Back. One more move. Yeah, okay, here. So, is there nothing here for black? Because he's 2 pawns down. He cannot take on a4 and he cannot play rook c3 because of the check and queen e5.
Okay, I believe this is the position for, let's say, home analysis. For
Also,
commentators.
final idea, maybe rook c3, queen b8, king e7. How is this? Is this
So the
not-
king is closer, yeah, but
Oh, okay,
rook
okay,
a7
so-
here, this one is check. and,
Okay. So as I thought previously that rook a4 is a blunder, but probably a mistake was happened before, like maybe before I was wrong.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have the winner of the tournament, Erigaisi Arjun, who won the tournament, and he won it convincingly with 7.5 out of 9. Congratulations. And we have many players with 6.5. The tournament is over. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for staying. Adam, thank you very much for your great comments, for your great ideas.
Thanks for
And
inviting.
don't miss our closing ceremony on YouTube. You can watch, or if you are in Abu Dhabi, you can come here to a very beautiful venue here in our hotel. So thank you for the organizer committee, for sponsor, for partners, for this really beautiful event. Thank you for chess players, for their parents. We have an impressive number of players, more than 1,000 in all the tournaments. It's a great event, and see you next year here in Abu Dhabi for the next edition of Abu Dhabi Festival 2023. Thank you very much. I am Grandmaster Viorel Iordăchescu, known also as Violord. Goodbye and see you next tournament, see you next year here in Abu Dhabi.
Thanks everyone. Bye.
مهرجان أبو ظبي الدولي للشطرنج. ولدت فكرة إقامة مهرجان أبو ظبي الدولي للشطرنج عام 1991، وتم إدراج المهرجان منذ الدورة الرابعة بنشاط الاتحاد الدولي للشطرنج كنشاط دولي عام 1994، وهذا يعود لدعم المغفور له بإذن الله الشيخ زايد طيب الله ثراه للشباب والرياضة، وهو القائل: إننا نتطلع بكل فخر واعتزاز إلى أبنائنا الشباب لأنهم جيل الحاضر والمستقبل. وخلفه المغفور له الشيخ خليفة بن زايد طيب الله ثراه لتشهد دولة الإمارات عصرا مزدهرا في مختلف الرياضات وعلى صعيد دعم وتطوير وإقامة المنشآت الرياضية ذات المعايير والسمات العالمية. وتستمر مسيرة العطاء والدعم والاهتمام والرعاية من صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله بالحرص الدائم والمستمر على حث الشباب على التميز وتمثيل الدولة بأفضل صورة في مختلف المحافل الدولية. وهو القائل حفظه الله: إن الأوطان تقوم على العقول ولا تقوم على ما تملكه من ثروات وموارد. وخلال دورته 27 نجح المهرجان في الترويج لمدينة أبو ظبي كواحدة من أهم المدن الجاذبة للسياحة في العالم، ونجح أيضا في خلق جيل جديد من اللاعبين الإماراتيين الحاصلين على التصنيف الدولي في لعبة الشطرنج. وقد ضمت الدورة 27 أرقاما قياسية لعدد اللاعبين المشاركين ليصبح المهرجان واحدا من أهم المهرجانات العالمية للشطرنج. وتنطلق الدورة الجديدة من المهرجان خلال الفترة من 16 حتى 26 من أغسطس عام 2022 تحت رعاية سمو الشيخ نهيان بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس مجلس أبو ظبي الرياضي، وينظمه نادي أبو ظبي للشطرنج والألعاب الذهنية بالتعاون مع مجلس أبو ظبي الرياضي واتحاد الإمارات للشطرنج. وتضم الدورة الجديدة من المهرجان 11 بطولة دولية مسجلة بالاتحاد الدولي للشطرنج بمجموع جوائز قيمتها 287 ألف درهم إماراتية. مهرجان أبو ظبي الدولي 28 للشطرنج، ربع قرن من الإنجازات والتحديات الرياضية في مكان واحد وعلى أرض واحدة، إمارة أبو ظبي.